Testing, okay. All right, wonderful. So let's go ahead and get started. Welcome, everybody. My name is Hallie Clausen. I am the OER librarian and Affordable Learning Solutions coordinator here at Dominguez Hills. And ALS is a system-wide initiative with the goal of promoting student success across the entire CSU system by making textbooks and course materials affordable and accessible as much as possible. And it has been my honor for the past few years to pursue this goal by collaborating with our Toro faculty and staff. But we are here today to celebrate student success. This is now the second year that we have spent a whole day here in this symposium format with the intention that we can learn from and with each other. So I hope that those of us here in the room, as well as everybody on our live stream, are looking forward to the day. As we've done for over a decade here on this campus, we will conclude this afternoon with a ceremony recognizing all the work that our faculty do, the dedication and the support they show for our students. So I want to start us off with just a quick overview of our schedule for the day, as well as a couple of housekeeping items. This year, I'm going to be kicking off the day with an overview of what ALS is, basically what we do, how we go about it, the partners that we work with across campus, and the ways that we try to achieve our affordability goals. I'll talk about how we got here, why this message of textbook affordability matters, as well as some key information about how ALS actually works in practice. We'll have a brief break. There will be more food, so please eat. And then I will have a full workshop on how to actually find open educational resources based on your discipline. So hopefully we'll have some folks here in the room who might even leave that workshop with new specific materials you can explore for future classes. Then at 11 o'clock, we have our first presentation from a DH faculty member. So Dr. Obinna Olerabe from Public Health will describe how he has created a brand new OER book entitled Life Management, which has just been published. So it is now out for the whole world to use. Following his presentation, we'll have Dr. Yara Montanudo from the Linguistics Department, and she will share with us how she approached OER from a pedagogical and curricular perspective in the development of our very first zero-cost major, or Z major, here at Dominguez Hills. So after those talks, I hope that everyone will join us for lunch. That's going to be at 12:30 here in INI 1300. We'll have some time to socialize, reflect on what we've learned so far. And then this afternoon, we'll have a very exciting discussion between some students. And so they've volunteered to share their experience from basically the other side of the classroom. So, what has their experience been like using OER and using free materials? How has that made a difference for them in achieving their academic goals? And then, last but not least, as I said, during Toro Hour, so that's from 2:30 to 3:30, we will have our annual recognition ceremony. So we've done that for many years. We'll do that again today. We're going to hear from more of our colleagues about how they have incorporated both library materials as well as OER into their courses. We'll celebrate all of our faculty across campus who've supported their students, and we will also announce our ALS Staff Recognition Award. I do want to mention that we'll be live streaming all of today's presentations via YouTube, as well as recording this for posterity. So huge thanks to Alfredo and the DHTV team back there. Please keep in mind that all of our presenters, as well as anyone asking any questions, will need to use a microphone, both to ensure that the folks online can hear us, as well as the recording. So I think that's everything I had. I'm very excited to dive in. I mentioned this before, but please do eat the food. I want to make sure that we have all of that gets eaten. And obviously, I know everyone's schedules are really busy. My intention is for this to be a flexible event so people can come and go as your schedules permit. And also feel free to bring your colleagues along with you, right? Like, drag them along and say, hey, there's some free food, let's go get it. So thank you for being here. Thank you for demonstrating that you care about student success. I'm going to give everybody a few minutes to settle in, grab another plate of food, finish up your breakfast, and then in about 5 minutes, we'll start in with our first session. Thank you. All right. Hello again, everybody. So as I said, my name is Hallie Clausen. I'm your Affordable Learning Solutions Coordinator here at Dominguez Hills. I'm also the Open Educational Resources Librarian. And over the next 20 minutes, half hour or so, I'm going to be providing a quick overview of what the ALS program is, how we do the work that we do, and the various ways that we can support faculty and staff. So if you've ever seen us tabling or looked at our website and had some questions, hopefully this will give you some answers. So starting with what is ALS? So ALS is a program, it's an initiative that has been run by the Chancellor's Office since about 2010. So we've been doing this work for just over 15 years. And Dominguez Hills was one of the very first flagship campuses to be involved in ALS. I think we actually started in 2009 before the initiative was formally brought together. So we've been here from the very beginning. And the goal of the program is really very simple. We try to both defend faculty choice in terms of what materials faculty use in their classroom, while also helping save students money on their textbooks and the course materials. We are trying to improve access as well as awareness of high quality free materials like OER. And there are a lot of different ways that we approach this sort of affordability goal. So on our campus, we have a lot of different groups that we partner with. Every CSU campus has an ALS coordinator or co-coordinators in some cases, and they're basically the point person. So we bring all of this together. But while I'm housed in the library and a lot of coordinators are housed in their campus libraries, a lot of what I do is related to providing, commercial textbooks for free through the library, but it is a truly campus-wide program and project. So I have a lot of people that work with me in the library, but we also partner very closely with the University Bookstore. Obviously, they are deeply involved in providing textbooks for students, but we also work with academic technology as well as the campus schedulers. We have contacts in the Chancellor's office, and we try to communicate and coordinate with the other coordinators on other campuses. So if somebody's doing something cool on another campus, we might be like, hey, maybe that would work here. We also work with the Faculty Development Center, FDC. We've been running a couple of workshops this semester, as well as presenting at new faculty orientation and things like that. So we're really, or I really, am all over campus and working with a lot of different folks. And I do think it's important to talk about why textbook costs matter, right? Why is this affordability mission even a thing? So the average textbook and supplies cost for students is about $1,200 a year. So that is money that they are paying on top of tuition, on top of housing, on top of all of the other things they have to pay for just to have their textbooks and other materials. And we know that that provides a lot of financial stress for students, right? So in 2020, there was a study done at CSU Channel Islands, and they found that I believe it's 65% of their undergraduate students just didn't buy their materials because they cost too much. And obviously we know that if students don't have their materials to learn from, you see this if they were delayed in getting their book shipped from Amazon or something like that. The longer that students don't have their materials, the worse they're gonna do in your class, right? So if we have 65% of students just not buying their materials at all because they can't afford it, then that means that that's 65% of the students who are really going to be struggling. And I definitely have heard that that happens here on our campus as well, right? I've talked to the tutors over at the TLTC, and they will say that they have a lot of students who come to the tutoring center because they know that if they come to the tutoring center, somebody in their tutoring group is going to have a book and they can share it and they can work together. But that's still not an ideal situation, right? They're still not able to do their studying and do their prep work on their own time. So we know that textbook costs are directly linked to retention, to DFW, so drop, withdraw, and failure rates, and as well as just time to graduation. If they fail a class because they didn't have the materials and then they have to retake it, maybe that's an extra year before they get their degree. So the other aspect of this, and this was really clear in the study at Channel Islands, is that this is also a social justice and an equity issue for our students especially. So the study at Channel Islands broke down their results in terms of stress that students felt about textbook costs, rates of buying or not buying their textbooks, and they broke those results down to examine whether that was more impactful for students who were Pell eligible, so low income, as well as students who were first generation, as well as students who were coming from a racial or ethnic minority. And they found that that was overwhelmingly the case, right? The students who were, or the general rate for students being stressed about their textbooks was about 86%. But when you were looking at students who were first generation, that rate of stress about textbooks was at 92%. So this is further impacted by all of the various intersections that we know are very important for students on our campus. So there are a lot of different ways that we approach this affordability issue. And one of the main ones are through our ZCCM and LCCM course attributes or course coding. And ZCCM stands for Zero Cost Course Materials. LCCM stands for Low Cost Course Materials. So these are actually mandated by law. There is a California state law that requires that zero cost course materials courses be marked in the course schedule so students can see when they are registering for a class whether they have an option to choose a class that they know they won't have to buy any textbooks for. That's basically what this means. So when students are registering for classes and they search for, I need Math 101 or whatever you need, they can see these are the sections where the faculty member has committed to not making me buy a book, and they can choose to enroll in those sections or, others. So when they look in the course schedule, it shows as a dollar sign and a circle with the line through it, no money, ZCCM, zero cost. But on our campus and a couple of other CSUs, we also have this LCCM designation. And the thing is, obviously the goal is free, right? Free is wonderful, but even some reduction in the cost can still be really powerful for students. So our low cost threshold for our campus is $40. So even if you have to use a specific commercial textbook, if you can get that cost down under $40, you can still mark the course as LCCM, and students will still know that, okay, well, maybe I can budget $40 or, $20 or something like that. If it's a reasonable cost, most students are willing to still pay that. And a question I get all the time is basically, how do I do this ZCCM and LCCM? My class is free. I'm not making students buy any textbooks, but I don't know how to get this in the course schedule so students can see it. The answer, unfortunately, is that I can't do that for you. It has to go through your course scheduler or your department chair, however your department handles that. Because this is a course attribute. It's just the same as what classroom you've been assigned to, whether you're in an online or in-person modality. Any of those aspects have to go through your course scheduler. The other perhaps frustrating thing about ZCCM is that it does have to be reapplied every single year. So you do have to make sure every year that you reach out to your scheduler or your department chair and say, hey, my class is still ZCCM. Can you make sure that this is reflected in the course schedule? Yes, okay. All right, and I mentioned before that there are so many ways that we approach this affordability question. So I wanted to provide some examples of different ways from low cost to all the way free, because all of these tactics are included under the affordability and the ALS sort of umbrella. So if you are providing lower cost resources, if you are assigning an older edition of a textbook that students can get, maybe a used copy for cheap, if you know that you can get a copy of your textbook for $20 on Amazon, any of those lower cost options still count as ALS participation. You can still let us know, like, hey, we got rid of our main textbook for the class, and now students just have to buy a $15 lab manual. That still counts. Now, one step up from that, we have a lot of options through the bookstore. I mentioned before that we partner really closely with the bookstore. So they have what they call their DH Immediate Access program. That is a discount program. It is not free. I try to emphasize that because there can be some confusion. Immediate access basically is a group discount where the professor has to sign up with the bookstore and say, I want to be involved in immediate access this year. And then every student in that class is automatically enrolled from day one. So they have access to their books digitally through the bookstore's portals. And then the cost of that book is supposed to be discounted by at least 30% off the listing price. So they should get at least some kind of significant discount because the entire class has been enrolled. And then that is applied directly to their tuition account. I will say with immediate access, all the students are automatically opted in, but they do have the choice to opt out by census day. So it's very important if you participate in immediate access that you communicate with your students, make sure that they know how to access their book, make sure that they know they are going to be charged, it's going to be on their tuition account, and make sure that they know they have the option to opt out if they don't want to pay that cost. The bookstore obviously also has all of the traditional tactics that they've done for decades, so they can provide rental copies, used copies, and they also can do what are called course packs. So if you are only assigning maybe 2 or 3 chapters from one book and 2 or 3 chapters from a different book, they can work with the publishers to basically create a custom version of the book that only includes the materials that you need. So lot of different ways that they can help. And again, those are all under the lower cost resource options. Now, the next option, and the one that is my job that I'm mostly involved in, is the option where you're providing materials that are free, but only to the students because they are members of the Dominguez Hills community. So those are mostly library provided materials. If you are, especially if you're teaching like an upper division course and all you want to use are journal articles, the kinds of things that students will be engaging with, in their graduate studies, any kinds of textbooks, e-textbooks, any journal articles, anything on course reserves, anything from Canopy, which is one of the video streaming services that we offer through the library. Those materials are still commercial materials, right? Somebody pays for them. It's just that the library is going to pay for them instead of the students having to do that. So obviously, I'm biased, but a great option. It helps strike that balance between, well, I need to use this commercial material, but I still want to help my students and make sure that it's available to them for free. Now, the biggest limitation with library provided materials, unfortunately, is that not all publishers play well with the library. So we do have to cross our fingers and hope that whatever material you want to use is even available for us to purchase in the library or with a library license. And unfortunately, a lot of materials are just not available for us to purchase, at least in an ebook option. Or the ebook option might be prohibitively expensive, or might have user limitations that make that not super workable. But that's definitely something that I am happy to work with you on. Now, moving on to materials that are free for everyone. These are, we're reducing that cost even more. If you are using, YouTube videos, TED Talks, if you are assigning just public news articles or blog posts or things like that, this is also free for the students, right? And so that's great. You're done, great, case closed. But these are materials that are still under the copyright of their owner, right, or their author. Whoever wrote them still can manage how they are used, how they are distributed. But as is often the case online, they are free. Moving on from that, an option that is even more free, or what we would consider to be more open, are materials that have been put out there that you are allowed to remix or to adapt. So if you're not familiar with these, if you have heard of Canvas Commons, that's a common place where people will put course shells or slides, lectures, videos. There are a lot of educational materials that are shared for free through Canvas Commons that you can take and customize and use for your courses, however you need. But there is one more category, and that is what I'm going to talk about more in a second, which is what we call true OER. And there's a lot of confusion between OER and free materials. So, the main thing that I want to emphasize is that OER does not mean free. They're not the same thing. OER are usually free, that is kind of the point of them, but for something to be a true OER, it actually has to do more than that. So this is the sort of formal technical definition. Open educational resources are teaching, learning, and research materials in any medium, whether digital or otherwise, that either reside in the public domain or have been released under a Creative Commons or other open license, which permits access, use, adaptation, and redistribution by others with no cost and no limited restrictions. So a YouTube video is not OER in and of itself, unless it has been given a specific copyright license allowing it to do what we call the 5 Rs. And I'll talk about this more in our workshop later when we're talking about specific ways to access and find OER. But to be an OER, you must be able to retain it, revise it, remix it, reuse it, and redistribute it. You have to be able to keep it, you have to be able to change it, do whatever you want with it, you have to be able to share it with anyone you want, and that is what makes it actually OER. So free is the goal, but OER is the gold standard. All right. And also, I did want to mention that if you'll be here later at 11, we're going to have a really great example of a brand new OER textbook produced by one of our Dominguez Hills faculty. And that was just published a few weeks ago, so that's exciting. All right. So this is a lot of information, but I want to summarize all of this by talking about all the different ways that we can help from the ALS program. So a lot of what I do is answering questions from faculty and from students and from staff. We are frequently tabling around the library. I have 3 students that work with me and help me with outreach efforts, social media, things like that. So most of what we do is answering questions on what we do. You know, can I find my textbook in the library? Can I use this material? If I have a PDF of my textbook and I put it up on Canvas, is that a copyright violation? Yes, it probably is. But we are here to answer all of those questions. And that's the main thing that I do. I also help facilitate library textbook reserves, whether those are print materials or ebooks. And that is streamlined with a form that we have on the library's website and one that I can always send you. That form basically just says if you want to suggest that we buy anything for the library, and that actually doesn't even have to be textbooks. If there's any materials that you want the library to have, you can submit that form and say, you know, I want this material, I want to use it for this class, or I just think this is a great resource and it's going to be helpful for my research and maybe for my students' research. And so I help manage those requests and those library materials suggestions. I also work with our library staff, our library course reserves person, to make sure that any materials that we do have are set aside for use by students. Typically, that is with our course reserves desk. So especially for print materials, we will put them in the course reserves desk, and those materials are usually set aside so they can only be checked out for about 2 hours at a time. And that just makes sure that students can share it, right? That they can all access it. I also will do referrals. You know, there's a lot of things that I might not know the answers to, especially questions about, I mentioned before, the immediate access program through the bookstore. I don't have anything to do with that, but I know the people at the bookstore that you can talk to if you have questions, if you want to participate in that, or if you're having any issues with it. I also will do OER consultations. So if you are using a commercial material right now and you know that it's expensive and you want to try and find something else, I'm happy to either sit down with you and go through, you know, these are the process. We'll do that in our workshop later today. But I also can just send you, if you say, this is the book I use currently, these are the things that I need it to accomplish, then I can do some searching on my own and I can send you a list of like, hey, maybe these things will work. The other thing that I'm trying to encourage more and more is creation and revising of OER. So this is the real magic of OER, is that because they're under an open license, you can take an OER material that's maybe not exactly what you want, and you can change it and update it and customize it to make it perfect for what you need for your class and your students. So if you find an OER and it's, it was created in Georgia, and so all of the references and all of the examples and all the case studies are very specific to Georgia. You can take this book and you can say, great, well, I love their structure, I love the way they set up the theory for this content, but I need it to have case studies and examples that are that are specific to Southern California. So we can go through, and you probably have those as a faculty member, so we can create those and we can update that material. And hey, you can even then publish your own version of this OER material. So revision, remixing, creation, that's all stuff that I can help with as well. But the main thing that I want to emphasize, both with this event in general and also with, our website, with everything that I do, is that I'm very happy to answer questions. So if you are feeling confused, if you are feeling unsure or intimidated by how to approach OER, how to approach textbook affordability, this is literally what I'm here for. Please reach out, please ask me. All right, and that is all I have. So we're gonna take another little break, and then, we'll take another 5-minute break. Anyone who's come in can go and get some more food. And then at about, it's gonna be 10:30, we'll do our workshop on how to locate OER based on your discipline, and I will see you then. All right, so I'm going to bring everybody back, and we are going to talk about locating OER for your discipline. So my intention with this is that I'll go over some different resources, different information, well, starting with what OER is, where we can find it, different things to be aware of in terms of seeing OER out in the world and how you can find it. And I have, for those of you here in the room, I've put some worksheets out. Hopefully you can follow along. I don't know if you brought a computer or a phone, but start thinking about the questions on that worksheet as we go through this. And hopefully you might even find some materials that you can use yourself. Okay. There we go. All right. So for those of you who were here earlier, we already saw this slide, but I want to start by talking about what OER actually is, and the difference between an actual OER material, an open educational resource, versus something that is just free, because those are not actually the same thing. So open educational resources are teaching, learning, and research materials in any medium, whether that's digital or otherwise, that either reside in the public domain or have been released under a Creative Commons or an other open license. And what an open license does is it permits access, use, adaptation, and redistribution by other people with no cost and specifically with no limited restrictions. So there are different kinds of Creative Commons licenses. And Creative Commons is kind of the gold standard when it comes to open licensing of materials. So the different Creative Commons licenses basically dictate what you can do with a certain material. So you always have to credit the author. That is built into all CC licenses. But an author, when they create a material and they apply their license, they can decide if they want people to be able to make money off of their materials. That's a non-commercial license. If they want other people to have to also share anything they use their materials for, that's a share-alike license. Goodness, and I'm now remembering or forgetting the last one there. Share-alike, non-commercial, and non-derivatives. So can somebody else take your materials and use it or make something else out of it? Now, in order to be a true OER, it has to have no restrictions at all other than just you credit the author. And when we talk about OER, we talk about you having to be able to do these 5 R's. So there are 5 things that you have to be able to do with a material for it to be a true OER. You have to be able to retain it, revise it, remix it, reuse it, and redistribute it. So retain it, you have to be able to keep it forever. Revise it, you have to be able to update it. So somebody else can take your material and update it with new examples or updated data. You have to be able to remix it, so you can take multiple OER that are out there in the world and you can combine them together and create a brand new material based on those other things that already exist. You have to be able to reuse it, so you can use it over and over and over again forever. And then you have to be able to redistribute it. So you have to be able to give copies freely to anyone for any purpose forever. All right. So, when we talk about finding OER, unfortunately, the field of OER repositories and what we call referatories is pretty crowded. But there are some big names that it is helpful or useful to know. So there are several either consortial or institutional or state repositories that collect references to OER. So they probably don't host the materials themselves, but they will host links to where you can find the materials. That's why we call it a referatory. So one of the big names in OER referatories is Merlot. That is actually from the CSU. It was one of the very first OER referatories to exist online. It's been around for like 15 years. So Merlot is still a big name in finding OER. That is one of the first places that I will typically look when I'm looking for an OER to try and help a faculty member. One that has gained prominence since Merlot is the Open Textbook Library. That is out of the University of Minnesota, and it is published or maintained by the Open Education Network, of which our campus is a part. So the OTL is a really good resource. They have a really nice interface. It's really easy to search and to find materials on there. And they are kept up to date because they have decent funding through the University of Minnesota. And then there are a lot of specific institutions that also host their own repositories. So MIT has a really big repository of materials and course shells and whole like syllabi that are used in various MIT classes. Open Oregon collects a lot of things. They are one of the states that's done a lot of work in OER creation and maintenance. So Open Oregon has a ton, and also Affordable Learning Georgia. But then you also have more commercial OER repositories, and the big name in that is OpenStax. So if you're not familiar, OpenStax is a nonprofit. It is run out of Rice University, and OpenStax has focused on creating mostly intro-level textbook-style OER for pretty much any subject you could name. I was just talking to someone earlier. Their biology OpenStax intro book is in its, I think, second edition. Because they're a nonprofit, they get a lot of, or they have in the past gotten a lot of federal funding. We'll see if that continues. But they're pretty stable at this point. And all of the OpenStax materials are peer reviewed. They go through basically the exact same process that commercial textbooks go through in terms of editing and review and keeping the materials updated. So if you especially are looking for an intro material, OpenStax is a really great first step. And I also want to say that OpenStax is really trying to push the market when it comes to creating ancillaries as well. So if you are used to getting, quizzes, checks for understanding, lecture slides, things like that from a commercial publisher, OpenStax probably has you covered, and they integrate with Canvas. Also, they are starting to push the boundary on, their niche has typically been intro-level materials, but for example, they have just started a whole nursing suite. So they have a ton of materials for both intro and graduate level nursing resources through OpenStax as well, which is cool. The other one that I like to mention is OER Commons. That one is much more decentralized, I think is how I will describe it. It's more of a forum. It's a place for people who are creating OER and updating OER and working on OER to collaborate, but it has a lot of references to material as well. So OER Commons is a nice sort of fun place to explore if you have some time. And then last, I want to talk about, there are a couple big names in terms of subscription-funded repositories. So the big one that you probably have heard of is LibreTexts. That is out of UC Davis. And LibreTexts has really expanded their aim in terms of, they basically just try to have everything OER that exists out in the world. They try to have it reflected in their LibreVerse is what they call it. And we do, I believe it's official, that we have a subscription to LibreTexts through the CSU. So if you are interested in playing with the materials that they have on LibreText, I mean, they can do a lot of really cool things with like data visualizations and like 3D modeling and stuff like that, that is all intended to be interacted with in a digital environment. And we can have access to not only access to use all of it, but also access to publish and create materials for the LibreVerse. And then the other one I want to mention is Pressbooks. Our talk at 11 is going to be a professor here from Dominguez Hills who actually published through Pressbooks just a few weeks ago. So Pressbooks is another one that we have a subscription to through the CSU system. And it is basically the digital version, or the sort of digital gold standard of creating and publishing OER, typically textbooks online. So frequently, if you are searching for materials, you'll find them through Pressbooks. I also wanted to say that another thing to keep an eye on is the ACCC, or ASCCC, the Academic Senate for the California Community Colleges. ASCCC's OERI is a powerhouse right now. They got $115 million from the governor a few years ago, and they have been funneling that directly into creating zero-cost degree pathways. So most of that is OER creation. And they have so many things. I mean, a few years ago, they came out with an ethnic studies textbook that's really incredible. Everything they do is peer reviewed. Everything they do is created basically as consortial projects across multiple community college campuses. They are really the cutting edge right now. So I have their website right up there for the ZTC for the Triple Cs. But I will sometimes just look at their newly created materials list and be like, oh, hey, they have a new kinesiology textbook. Go figure. They are creating all kinds of cool stuff. And that also includes things like lab manuals, problem sets, things like that, basically anything that you would need to create a purely affordable zero cost pathway for a class, they're creating it. Okay, so this is the point where I would like you to start doing some searching on your own. So when you're looking at the little worksheet that I provided, so the first step, as it would be when we're doing any kind of searching, is to figure out what you're trying to find, right? So think about the title of your course. So what are you teaching? What different classes are you teaching? And what class do you want to target in terms of OER conversion and OER adoption? You want to think about the topics that you cover in that class. So what are your units called, right? What is, think about week by week, what is each unit called? What is the content that you're going to need to find? And an easy tactic that I find is to think about what the table of contents could be for a textbook in your class. So if you already use a commercially published textbook, you can look at that table of contents. But this is really, when we're approaching OER, this is an opportunity to rethink how we use those textbooks in our class and how you want to teach, right? You don't have to be bound by the order that they present things in. You can mix it up and do it however makes sense to your brain, and ideally to your students. So you want to spend a few minutes really thinking about those kinds of terms, because as you would be searching for any kind of research, those are what you're going to use for key terms when you're searching for your materials. And I'm going to pick on somebody in the audience, actually. Does somebody want to suggest a term that you want to search for? Oh, I need another microphone. Does this one work? Yes.
Archaeology.
Okay. That's pretty broad. Is there anything specific in there?
Maya archaeology.
Okay, excellent. So let me see if I can make this happen with both screens. So the next step when we're looking for materials is to try and think of a repository or a referatory that you want to search in. So of the ones that I mentioned before, is there one that stood out to you in terms of finding Mayan archaeology resources?
Merlot.
Excellent, yeah, I love it. So I obviously have most of this bookmarked, and Merlot is the first one on my list. So when you go to Merlot, or any of these referatories, you're typically going to end up on a general search page, because that is how we search for everything now. All right, so we're going to look for, do you want Maya or Mayan? Which is better?
Maya.
Okay. And, we love typing things out in front of people so you can see what I'm saying. All right, so we have two things. Hey, that's actually honestly more than I thought we'd have. So when you're looking in Merlot, you're going to find a lot of different kinds of things. So one of these looks like it's actually a course shell. Specifically, it looks like it's more a broader look on archaeology, both in theory and practice. And then they have a collection of the Paris Codex. Oh, interesting. It's a digital version of an actual book. So are these materials interesting?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is a starting point, right? So you can see, even just from a very basic search like that, these are some materials that you could potentially incorporate into your course. And one thing that I think is really helpful when we're approaching OER is to think of it not as a perfect single material that you need to find, but a collection of options, right? Oh, Eric, can you do me a favor? Can you open that door? There's somebody trying to get in. Her name's Barbara, you can yell at her. This isn't a term that I came up with, but the term that I find particularly helpful is one called small and ugly OER. So you can start anywhere, right? Like you can start from scratch. You can start with just one material that's a digital version of a Mayan book, and you can incorporate that into one lecture, and you're already starting to replace traditional materials with OER. All right. Let's see. I want to show you. The OTN real quick, the OTL, because this is the one that I do think has the easiest search function. And again, we're learning that I can't spell. So this is going to be the most visually appealing. And this one looks familiar. Digging into so this is an intro to archaeology course. And unsurprisingly, this was published by the ASCCC. So again, like I said, community colleges really leading the way right here. So one advantage of the OTL, as well as OER Commons does this as well, is that they will also frequently solicit reviews for materials. So if you click on this book, you can see that somebody thought it was only worth 3 stars, but they will typically go through specific aspects, comprehensiveness, content accuracy, clarity, consistency, all these kinds of things. And these reviews are provided by other faculty who are considering potentially using this in their class. So you can really explore, who are the people who created this? Oh, of course, it's Cosumnes River College. And you can find out who did it and what do other people think about it. You also will usually it will list the different formats that are available. So with an OER, you can download this PDF and you can upload this into your Canvas course, and it won't be a copyright violation because it is an open material. I get that question a lot. With OER, that is actually totally fine. All right. So the other piece of finding OER, right, is that you want to think about what you're trying to find. You want to think about where you want to find it. And as you go through, you want to make sure that you're writing down the titles and the authors. So this is something that I will frequently do when I am working with faculty, is they'll give me a list of okay, I need to cover these topics. I will do some searching and I will come back with a big long list of these are some ideas that I have. Tell me all of your wants and I'll see what I can find. And again, you might not find the one perfect individual thing, but you might be able to find okay, well, I can use this for these 3 weeks and I can use this material for these 3 weeks. And you can sort of cobble together something that works. And then if you want to get really, wild and crazy, you can then actually take those materials and you can put them together into something and publish your own material and go from there. All right. So in our last few minutes that we have here, and I want to talk about if you do get stuck, also ask your colleagues, right? So other people in your department, other people, in your discipline, if you have friends who teach your topic at other campuses, they might have ideas. I know do you use the bioanthropology book, Ken?
They use the online version, the perspectives, I think.
Yeah. There's a bioanth book that was published out of Chico. And so this is the thing is, you might have somebody from another CSU, you might have somebody from another department who can recommend something. You can also always ask me or your library liaison as well. Your librarian might know some things that they can recommend. The other thing that I won't say much on this because you know more than I do, but there are also resources probably within your discipline and within your professional organizations. So you know what listservs archaeologists tend to follow. You know what organizations you probably belong to. I don't know those things. I'm not an archaeologist. But those can be great resources to say hey, I'm teaching this class. Does anyone know of an OER on this topic? That is, I will talk to a lot of faculty who I might not be able to find that. Yeah, go ahead.
Just a question about public-facing websites like The Conversation or sapiens.org. Do those aren't actually OERs, but they are cost-free? How does that fall under this whole rubric?
Yeah, absolutely. So I tend to draw a distinction between ALS is a really, really broad umbrella. And this is something we talked about a little bit more earlier, but ALS covers anything that works towards affordability. So that includes low-cost resources like the bookstore programs, or, I was talking to somebody earlier who was saying well, okay, I have to use this lab manual, but it's $15, but okay, but that's still low cost. So that still is included as affordability. Something like public-facing websites, YouTube videos, TED Talks, news articles, things like that, those still count as ALS. they don't count as OER. Unless they're published under a Creative Commons license. I don't know if maybe some of those blog posts have a CC license applied to them. It's worth taking a look. Because then you could compile those and create your own OER with them. All right. All right, so we do have a couple more minutes before our next presenter at 11. Does anybody else have any questions about finding OER? Okay. I appreciate you being a good sport, Ken. Oh. Thank you.
So in Canvas, you know, there's like modules that you can search for. Would those also be considered OER?
I assume you're talking about Canvas Commons?
Yes.
Yeah. So Canvas Commons, if you're not familiar, is a basically a database of Canvas shells and Canvas materials that you can import into your own Canvas class. It depends. Unfortunately, is the answer. You have to look at the material and see if it has a CC license applied to it. Most of them, I believe, do. That's been my experience. Like, that's kind of the point of Canvas Commons, is that it's open. But it's worth double checking. And really, that's the case with any OER that you find online. You should always know what the copyright status is of anything you plan to use. So worth looking at. Okay. Did you have a question as well, Ken?
Yeah, I was just going to ask again about the, well, just to follow up about the best ways to create our own OER. Collecting materials, we have to check if it has the licensing that is necessary. But then if we want to just create material and then make it accessible to other classes, we can just do that through you pretty easily.
Through me, or honestly on your own. It's deceptively simple. So it takes, I mean, it would probably take you 10 minutes to look at the CC, the Creative Commons website. Mm-hmm. They list out, they do a really good job of listing out what all of their licenses are. And they have a specific copyright application tool where it'll walk you through like questions about what kind of uses you want other people to be able to make with your materials. Basically, what rights do you want to restrict? And it will guide you towards what license is best for the purposes that you hope other people will use. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
But also, I'm happy to help with that too. Cool. And as far as once you've collected all of these materials, if you do want to put them together into a formal OER, that's actually going to be our next presenter in just a couple minutes here. So let's go ahead and get set up for that. We'll take a couple of minutes. Please do get some food for those of you who just came in. There's a lot of snacks over there, and I want to make sure that we eat it all. So yeah, we'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, wonderful. Are we okay? We are back. So next, I am very happy to introduce Dr. Obinna Oleribe from the Department of Public Health and Health Sciences. So I've been working with him for what, a couple of weeks, couple of months, something like that. Yeah. So he came to me from the unique perspective of having already written a book and basically wanting to put it out into the world. And fortunately, he had an open mind, and so we were able to make that happen. So without any further ado, welcome, Dr. Oleribe.
Thank you, Haley. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, let's be alive this morning. I know it's a long day. For me, I have about 9 different meetings today, so I'm choosing where to be at any point in time. That's why I came slightly late. I just finished a class before coming here. It's an honor and a privilege to be here this morning to talk about OER. A few months ago, I almost finished a book I've been working on for the past several years. And I asked myself a simple question: what do I do about this book? I told my friends to find me an agent who can help me publish the book. And they started looking for an agent. So I came to work one day, and when I arrived here, I began to ask a question to myself: is there a possibility of being helped by the campus to publish my book? And so I started looking for information. So I'll be talking about the information, the process, the outcomes, and the benefits. So I sent out an email to the library, to my faculty members, to those who I think may know what to do next, using the school system to publish a book. And then Harley responded and said, oh, there is this possibility of publishing your book for free and also giving it out for free. Oh, yeah. Initially, I was not enthused by it. Initially, I wanted to make money from my book, actually. And then I said, okay, let me think about it. So she gave me some time to think about it. And I found that from her mail and from our conversation that the CS system has 2 major contracts with Pressbook and Library Test for faculty to publish their books for free. So I researched these 2 concepts, and then I chose the Pressbook concept because prior to this time, most of my publications in peer-reviewed journals are actually on open access. And I pay close to $3,000 for each of the publications. Either I pay directly by myself, or I have a friend from Imperial College who I put in as a co-author, and their school pays for me. My first publication here was on Elizabeth, which was funded by the school system, but I'm sure most of those contents are going now because of the issue of budget. So if I'm paying $3,000 to have my work available for people to read and to access, why don't I use a free access to publish my book, even though I may not make money from it? At least people can have access to it to read it. Because why do we even write in the first place? We write so people can access our writings and be able to become better individuals and better citizens by the work that we do. So I reached out to her for more information. And so we had some emails exchange, and then we met in the library for a coffee. That we never had a coffee. We were talking all through the meeting, so we didn't have a chance to have a coffee. And she shared the process with me, and I said, okay, let me give it a try. But before you go into your book publication using the press book, for instance, there are a lot of tools you can use that can help you understand the process. One is getting started with the press book playlist, which is actually a very beautiful resource that you can use to improve your understanding of the system through the YouTube videos. They also have a user guide and some free live trainings webinars that they hold on a regular basis. And if you are very, very interested, you can also, and you're not inundated by emails regularly, can subscribe to their newsletter, which will help you make a lot of difference. Then when I decided that it's time to get involved in this process, I had to ask, how do I start? And because it's a CSU system, you cannot just jump in and start yourself. The OER liaison officer must introduce you to the system, and then they will create an account for you. Once the account is created, then you can move in, click on the link, and open your system. When I moved in, I saw a very overwhelming space environment. I didn't know what to do next. And friends, the truth is that it could be overwhelming. You know, I've published a number of books before I came here, and they were published by Author House, European groups and a number of other groups. I didn't really do much work, but here you have to do it all by yourself. I reached out to Hela. She'll send an email and ask you, watch this video, look at this website, do this and do that. It may be overwhelming, but with her support, it became doable. And we had several email exchanges, we have several calls, and then I went into the system. When you understand the ABC of Pressbook, for instance, it's doable. It's doable, and it will not take a lot of your time. There's some time investment, that's true, but not a lot if you understand the ABC. So the process is very simple. Before you decide on publishing your book with OERs or other open sources, you need to decide on which license to use. There are 6 fundamental licenses that you can use, either CC BY, CC BY SA, CC BY NC, ND, or CCO. Each of them have their limitations and their strengths. Most of us use CC BY because it gives you the chance to be in control, or at least the people can use your work, but they will cite you using your work. NC said not for commercial use, for instance. SAs are asking you to limit the sharing systems and other components, but you must decide on what to do and what to use. Why? Because the moment you choose a license, you can't change it. So choosing a license is so important before you start the process. And also, you must only choose a license for products that belongs to you, that you have ownership of, you have the copyright of. You can't afford to choose a license for somebody's work. So you cannot retrace your steps once a license has been chosen. So before you make that decision, make sure you know the reason why you're going open source. So once you have your account open, like mine became open in I think that was in February, you can now log into your account using your CSUDH email. If you have questions at that point, you can also reach out to Pressbook or to Harley and her team by putting your name, your email, your institutions, and then ask your questions, and they are willing to respond to you within the hour. However, the moment you sign into your page, this is what you see. You see my book, create a book, or clone a book. You can either adapt an old book or do a complete new book. And so mine was to create a new book. But if you already have books on press, okay, good, you're saying this. If you already have book on Pressbooks, it will appear on my books. But for me, I had to create a new book completely from the scratch. And that's why you begin with your name and the title of your book, and to decide which language to use. American English, British English, or Chinese, or German, they are all covered in the system. Then you can create your book. Once you click on the create book, your front page appears. Also, you can also clone a book. I didn't clone any book, so I don't have a lot of details about cloning book, but that also is doable. So once you create your this is not the first page, this is not what you see. This is my own designed front cover. But you see a front cover that appears, and that you can use you can modify it, edit it. You can edit the info, you can organize your book, you can change its themes, you can manage the users, you can actually view analytics. And then if you don't like what you did, you can delete the book. I actually did that. The first version I created, I had to delete it because it was not good enough. So I had to delete it before I recreated my book again. And if you have not written the book at all and just want to start, why not? You can just create the title page and then begin to write your chapter every week or every month to write one chapter. The beauty of Pressbook is that you don't have any limitation to editing. You can edit 1 million times a day, 1 million times in a week as you like. So if you like, you can begin to write the book there on the Pressbook, page by page, chapter by chapter, and if you don't want people to see it, you can just keep it private. Then when you're ready, then you can go public. So what was the outcome? That's the book I wrote. So that is the cover page, and that is the summary of the book. And that's my name as the author of the book, Life Management, in which I try to discourage the use of the word time management as a concept. As a consultant for several years, I have made so much money from teaching time management to professors, to C-suite managers across the world, how they can manage their time and be more effective and more efficient. But that's a lie. You can't manage your time. You can only manage your life within the available time. And that's the concept. You can't stretch time, you can't stop time, you can't increase time, you can't stockpile time, you can't sell time. So how can you manage time? If I didn't come here, 11 will still reach, 12 will come. If you don't do anything a whole year, you'll still get 1 year older. So you don't manage time, you can only manage your life in the available time. And that's the concept of the book. And so, hopefully, people have access to the books. Now, when you click on the book, if you don't understand how the system works, you may not know where to go. So you go to where you have read. You click on read, it will open you up to the content of the books. Then you click on the content, and then the book comes out. Different sections of the book will come out. And then you'll be able to, you go to the main body, you expand the cross sign, and then you have access to all the different chapters of the book. It's a 15-chapter book looking at different segments of our life. And if you want to edit any segment, feel free to edit. As I said, you can edit as many times as possible. You can also move forward either by clicking on the chapters themselves, or you can click on the right end, this segment of the book, and then it takes you to the next segment of the book. Now, when you finish uploading your book, you need to go back and review chapter by chapter, look at your diagrams, look at your graphs, look at your content, and make sure that they are in alignment with what you have in mind. And thereafter, when you are satisfied with what you have done, now you can make it public. Until you make it public, only you will see it, or those you send the link to. Otherwise, the public will not see it. And then you have to make sure you check all the right boxes before you make it public. So making the best of OER, I put here a simple diagram. You must first upload your document if you're already written the book. Then you go back there to go and design and format it the way you want it, because the press book will not do that for you. And then you review and revise what you have done to ensure that it's in tandem with what you have in mind. Then you relate and reflect on what you have done. Are you sending the right message in the right format with the right language and the right fonts, for instance? And then when you're happy with what you have done, you can adopt and make public. So you are the one that will decide the format. You are the one that will decide the layout, the front page systems, and everything. Actually, I designed my front page myself. I designed that using a number of tools they have already in the system. It may not be the best, but that was the best I could get at that point. When my skill gets better, I will make it better, but that's what I have right now. So, also you have the chance to publish somewhere else. You can publish on Amazon or anywhere, and there's no law against that because it's your book. You are free to republish it. So my books are also available in Amazon. So for those who want to buy the hard copies, they can buy it from Amazon. Actually, I gave the link to some of my friends who said, no, I will not use your free copy. I'll go and pay. I want to encourage you. So you have people who want to encourage your work, and so they will buy on your behalf. Benefits. Free platform. You're not paying any amount of money for it. When I published my books in Auto House, I paid about $4,000 for each book I published. And I've not made one couple from them. The books are just out there in the market. People ask you for the hard copy, the PDF versions. You send to them for free, and then they read. But very few people have paid for the book, and even the one they paid for, I've not gotten any money from the publishers to date. So why pay $4,000, $5,000 to publish a book when you can do it for free and reach more audience? You can delete the book at any time. Anytime you think that your content is obsolete, you delete. But you can also modify at any time. And then when I published the book, Harley and her team also sent the book out to the whole CSU system. And so you have a free promotion from CSU system. You can create and clone new books on the fly. Few hours, few minutes, you're done, and you're moving forward. You have unlimited edit opportunities for your books. So if somebody, I published a book some time ago in Tanzania many years ago, and then there was some errors in the book. I could not correct the error because they already been published. So you can only correct those errors in a subsequent edition of the book. But right now with this, you can go into the book, make the corrections, modify them, and they still be relevant. And then students, staff, and faculty have unlimited access to it. This morning I opened my analytics and I found that over 550 something people have accessed the book already in less than 2 months. Why? Because it's free. And so they'll read it, they'll use it, and maybe somebody will quote you somewhere, and maybe it can make a difference in somebody's life. So it's available, and it is there for you to use. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm sure you have some questions. If there are no questions, thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, before you go. All right, so I do want to present you with this small gift, a token of my appreciation. Thank you for your participation, for presenting here today. I can say all of this in my conversations with faculty, but it means so much more coming from someone who's actually done the work, gone through the process. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so our next presenter is going to be in about 10 minutes. We do have some time, so if you were too shy to ask your question with the microphone, feel free to come and chat, and we'll be back at 11:30. Thank you. All right, folks, I'm going to bring us back. If you want to come and sit down, we have our next presentation. So I'm very excited to introduce our next presenter. This is Dr. Yara Montenuto. She is the program director for the Linguistics and TESOL programs, which I'm sure she'll say more about what those mean. Say it again. Unofficial. She does everything. She has served as our faculty ambassador for this past year. She's the first one for our campus. There are QR codes on the tables if you are interested in following in her footsteps. She is, they're big shoes to follow, but she's been kind of a trailblazer, and it's been just wonderful to work with her this year. So without any further ado, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so let me see. Hi, everyone. I'm really excited about this work, and I love working with Hallie, so I highly recommend to follow up. My shoes are not big. I'm a size 6, so it should be okay. So I'm a first-generation student. So I was the first one in my family to go to college. I'll give you some context of my background because I think it's relevant to understand that there are some overlaps with our student, even though I have an Italian accent because I'm from Italy. I'm also an immigrant, as you know, I'm from Italy, but I'm a child of immigrants. My parents migrated to Canada, so I have that experience as well. And I'm a mom of a wonderful kid, but the most important thing I think is that I come from a low-income family. And that is what made me perk my ears at this wonderful opportunity of having our students not to pay for their textbooks and get, a state-of-the-art sort of preparation. I'm also, I got my linguistics, I'm a linguist. I got my linguistic PhD from UCLA, and my specific work, which will be also relevant in this presentation, is collaborating with the Mixtec communities in Oaxaca, Mexico, where I support them, and we work all together in documenting their language, and also creating material for them to support the teaching of it and the preservation. Oh, side note, I'm CFA Labor Solidarity Co-President, but it also has a little piece of that is important here for the presentation. So today's presentation, I'm going to talk about the OER in the classroom, in the program or curriculum, and in our scholarship. So when we talk about the classroom, in particular, I want to talk about the benefits that there are for our students and for the instructor. And I will also report an example from a wonderful colleague of mine who shared with me an activity that she did in her class. Then I'm going to talk about what's a Z major, which, as Hallie was saying, like we are the first one on this campus, and I can tell you pretty confidently that linguistics BA and TESOL MA, teaching English to speakers of other languages, we are the first ones in the country. And then the benefit of doing that. And finally, I want to talk about how we can integrate OER in our scholarship, because that is important for us faculty, right? We don't only, of course we want to do it for our students and for being a great teachers, but we have so much workload and we love research, many of us so much, that if there is also a way to insert that in our research, it's great, right? And so there are benefits there as well. So when I think about the classroom, and people here can correct or add and tell me anything, when I start approaching this idea of, okay, now if I want to bring to cost zero my program, I have 3 sets of courses in my head. I have general education courses, so the 100, maybe the 200 level sometimes. So those are vague and introductory. Then we have the upper division courses, the 400, 500, so ones the senior and MA students take. And then we have the middle ground of the 300, and sometimes depending on the program, 400 courses, which are like very specific. These are the things that in my field are, for example, syntax, phonology, like the hardcore stuff. Now, when it comes to the upper division courses, I think without thinking, we are using free material because, and it's very easy because we ask our students to read articles, and articles go through the library, and articles are free, even though we're reducing a lot of our, access, but they're still free. And so that is less of an issue, right? Or sometimes we use faculty notes, and I'm going to say a little bit more about it in a second. When we talk about the lower division courses, those are also pretty easy if we try to be creative, which at DH many of us are, right? We're really good at like being creative and use the best possible teaching skills that we can think of and pedagogical tools. So you can have a class, like I'm thinking even like in the summer I teach a composition course for students, and I use videos, I use OER books, so books that are available for free. I use textbooks that are available for free to the library, and I use also podcasts, for example, all sorts of different things that are available online. The hardest part for me was the 300 level courses. Here we're talking about the specific manual. I don't know, in medicine that would be probably anatomy textbook. I used to be a medicine major once upon a time. So these are the hardcore ones that we say sometimes, oh, the specialty, right? The more specific content. But even that you can find. So for context here, I have a picture of one introductory textbook, which is called The Essentials of Linguistics. This is done, this is for 100, 200 level courses. This is done in collaboration by different scholars in Canada, who are, by the way, among the best of the best in linguistics pedagogy. And this is an OER textbook. When it came to the 300 level courses, I thought there was nothing out there. And so we keep buying this old school textbook that get republished. I don't know what edition we are, over and over. They cost like $120. I'm not sure why, because there is not even an audio. And debatably updated in content, right? And I'm okay if people get mad about it. Turns out that if you ask for help, our librarians are amazing. And so you can ask, I would encourage you to reach out to Hallie or whoever is your librarian assigned to your program and look for, are there OER textbooks? Yes. Are there OER textbooks available for my program? And they will show you different things, and you can look for it together. I actually, when I search, when I start searching recently, what I found out is even material from MIT. So this is from one of the most famous syntheticians. MIT is #1 in linguistics still in the world and in the country, okay? Now you get to use their material in your classroom. So there is like, it doesn't get better than this, I think, at some level, right? Not to bash, like to say too much positive about MIT, but there are also other universities, right? And so this is important. These are those notes that the professor used to collect and then you would buy at the bookstore. And some of us wanted to use in our classroom, but we didn't have access to them, or we were like borderline plagiarizing if we didn't contact the professor directly. Now this is all available for free online, right? And the students can take care of it. And there are assignments. And this is just an example. And I show you syntax, not because I love syntax only, but because syntax was one of the hardest ones to find OER material available, okay, in my field. So I'm sure that if I found it, you can find it for whatever you think is the hardest class to teach in your field. Another one that was interesting was this other syntax textbook was from, oops, wait, now I'm lost a little. Oh, thank you. I'm not used to that. Okay. Is this textbook about the science of syntax. This was written by a colleague of mine at University of Kansas. We did a PhD together. We're good friends. We hang out all the time. Well, because OER is not often valued highly yet enough for what it is. It should be valuable. He actually never told me he had created this textbook. I found it by chance as I was looking for material. So you would be amazed, because it's not a conversation we're having constantly in our field, how much of it is out there. And this textbook, by the way, is also amazing. So it's like highly recommended. And these were, as I said, for, oops. Now I'm struggling with this. Yep. Found it. These are like just some examples to say, often what I hear when I go around talking with faculty is like, but I don't know about my subject. And I'm like, no, let's give it a try. I'm pretty sure you will find something. Now, when it comes to students, the benefit is that it removes financial barriers. As I said, I come from a low-income family, and one thing I will never forget was the month of August, when we needed to buy textbooks. And it was like 1,000 lira back then. My dad's salary was 1,600 lira. So I remember we changed the way we ate back then in August, okay? My dad used to say, oh, we're gonna have like, cookies and milk for dinner, yay! And he fooled me for many years until now when I became a professor. I was like, oh, that was because the cost of the books was so high. And I wonder how many of our students are in this position. We know that the majority of our students are Pell Grant recipients, right? And so I think this is something that we cannot just not do, just because maybe it takes us a little bit more effort to adjust. It also gives immediate access to the material, even before the start of the course. So the student can start looking at it even before week 0. It's also easy to access. I mean, I can see a student being at a part-time job and opening up their phone and going through the OER, right, book that they're using in the classroom. And that is something that is valuable. They can access it from anywhere. I do the same. Retention of accessibility to the material, which is something I even didn't think much about until a student brought it up to me. So a student has access to this material even after they graduate. And I think real-life skills and collaboration in co-creation of content is something that I will show you you can do in your classroom also as a pedagogical tool to work with them. And indeed, it supports diverse learning style and accessibility needs. The textbook I show you, Essential to Linguistics, has video embedded in them, has activity embedded in them. I mean, it's an interactive textbook. The paper one wouldn't be, the one that is a PDF wouldn't be, or anyways you have to buy add-on. Now for the instructor, you don't have to worry about copyright concerns. I don't know you, but once, there was a time when I started teaching where we weren't worrying that much. Then there was a time where we had to worry a lot, and now I don't have to worry anymore about it because I know that everything is licensed and I'm good. The content can be modified depending on the book, right? But generally they are so that you can modify it, whether you want to do it on your canvas or you actually want to get into the book itself. That allows for up-to-date material. The material can be tailored to the students in the class. So we talk so much about engaging experience for the students, bringing the student culture background and knowledge into our classroom. Nothing more than this would give it to you the opportunity to do that. And the students, in fact, can be involved in modification and adaptation through activities. It also allows for collaboration across institutions. As I mentioned, the first textbook, Essential to Linguistics, that is a work across all Canada. Some of the authors are and they work with their students as well. I know one is at Toronto, one is in Montreal, one is in Quebec City. So they work at UBC, they work together. And you can think of it even internationally. And maybe my example will be that. So let me show you an example work by Jamie Thomas, who's a wonderful lecturer that we have here. We're so lucky to have here at CSUDH in the linguistics program and TESOL program, who is she's way better than me. I always say that. And she's a master at asynchronous teaching. So this is an example from one of her asynchronous courses, the Introductory to Linguistic course, English 150. And she's also really good, was one of the pioneers, if not the first, to use OER in linguistics. So she was, Intro to Linguistics is a GE, and it's a GE where we cover languages everywhere. So where is language, right? And one thing is aphasia. That's one topic that we cover for the students. It's a little interdisciplinary of a course. And so she used the Essential to Linguistics textbook, but that had nothing about aphasia. So she was like, well, but that's an important topic that I should cover. Therefore, I'm going to look up information. I'm going to create an activity that expand on the content of that OER book into something that is helpful for the student and interactive. So she said, instead of having a multiple choice quiz to test their comprehension of information, I'm going to actually make an activity where they have to give a diagnosis. So she added the National Aphasia Society webpage, and this is what she did. Sorry, I have allergies. So in this assignment, she asked students to review a set of symptoms and diagnose the kind of aphasia based on each patient's real story. So this comes after there is a whole chapter about language in medical. And so some of the things she says here, sorry that is hard to read, is when medical doctor and or speech pathologists are working with patients, they begin by asking and investigating symptoms and listening to what the person can describe about how they're feeling. So this is an activity that now is bringing something that was theoretical in this textbook to a very practical usage, right? We always want this like transferability of skills for our students. It's amazing if you can do it at the 100 level. Sometimes a physician must diagnose a person who is unconscious or critically ill. In that case, they may make conclusion based on the person's symptoms alone or what family and friends can describe. And now she is introducing the 3 stories. So there are 3 tabs in this page with the first name and last name fictionally. And the instructions say, please review the tabs below, so one for each story, for patient history and other information about each of your critical patients. Use the data on their symptoms to determine what types of specific brain injury they are experiencing. And then what specific condition does this patient symptoms describe? Take note on your diagnosis, and then when you're reasonably sure about your diagnosis on each of the 3 patients, you will be ready to continue to the next page on this module. You will find a text field where you can enter your diagnosis summary into our shared medical case file. This is where you will share your diagnosis for review by our medical team, your peers in this class. So it's also interactive, right? The students are acting together. You're like, oh, that's just a chat. Oh, yeah, but there is such a big story behind it, right? So you start from the textbook and you can expand on it with the specific that you need. And so on. So she presents how the page looks like. The student can follow this, has access to all the material. The links are given because now you can link each page of even of the textbook and the extra material that you're looking at, and it's easy for students to access. And finally, they give, she keeps walking them through each one of the steps. I think that is a really good example of how we can start from a textbook itself and then expand on it. Now, she did it only in a Canvas shell, but you can think how that could be added on. So that is for the teaching portion that I wanted to tell you about. And I think that, and I'm happy to take questions if you have more specific questions about it. When it comes to the program itself, so we start experimenting with things like I show you that Jamie is doing, right? So using open access resources in our classrooms, all of them in linguistics. And then we start thinking, could we do this bigger, right? And it just so happened that linguistics is small, so I'll acknowledge that too. We are 2 tenure track faculty and currently, 2 and 1 tenure track faculty in literature that helps us on one of our courses. And then we have 4 lecturers. And all together, we're teaching a linguistics BA and a TESOL MA. We wanted to make these 2 programs 0 cost for students. So I'd be able to say to our students, hey, if you come to DH, not only we do this amazing research, and honestly, I'm very proud of our curriculum. We changed it before even the transformation was asked us to change it. We have a curriculum that is really up to date and that is very distinctive from any UC and CSU around us. But we wanted to have this extra thing because among us, we really were realizing that we weren't asking students to buy textbooks anymore. For some courses, those 300 courses, those were tricky, right? Or the more specific TESOL 500 courses, those were like you are always told, but that is the book you have to use. I don't know if that happens to you. There is always an alternative. So we discussed it among ourselves, and it was important that we involved everyone, right? Because then otherwise it becomes an imposition. And we decided to pilot it very shy, like in a shy manner. We started 2 years ago. We were like, well, I'm gonna teach without using OER and other materials. I'm gonna do that too. How is it going? Oh, it's working. Okay, that's good. What about this class? This can be very hard to teach with without the famous textbook that we all have to use. Well, I found this alternative, and we start helping each other. And again, Hallie is an amazing resource, and so are honestly all the librarians in our university. So I'm sure that you'll have no problem. Then we were like, okay, this is working for us. Let's vote on it. And we even voted on it to start a semester later, because sometimes, it takes time you taught the same class maybe for 5, 6 years. And now you have to change textbook. And that means that now you have to modify your content in your class. Not too much, but probably enough days, a lot of labor. So we decided even when we would start, which was this spring. Then what I do, I'm associate chair of the department. What I do now is I send an email at the beginning of the semester. I say, hey, folks, we're doing this. Remember that, you cannot ask students to buy textbooks. And something else that we do, and I do that, I already did that also for the fall semester. And another things that we do is we were able to notify the bookstore, hey, don't send us that Excel spreadsheet again, because we're good. Everything is free. We don't need that, which is a minor thing, I know. And then we ask our scheduler to assign, there is a specific symbol that these courses, we don't have a symbol for the Z majors, as far as I know, but we have a symbol for the courses where you're not asking students to buy any material. And that appears there, and hopefully the students recognizes it, right? And that should be something that says, hey, look, if you take this G instead of this other G, you're not gonna pay, any textbook. And the content is cool, but that's not set by the symbol. Some benefit for the program in order to do that. It is cost saving for the students, again, which is number one benefit, I think, that we all should be very aware of. And it's increased equity, right? Everyone has access to the same material at the same time from anywhere and without any cost. It also distinguishes programs from others. So again, I'm very proud of our curriculum content. There are so many things I can tell you why you should come to do linguistics at CSUDH. The stuff that we do when it comes to community work, when it comes to racial linguistics, Long Beach doesn't have it, Fullerton doesn't have it, name it one, they don't have it, okay, in linguistics and TESOL. Even UCLA doesn't have it. So I can say that loud and proud. Also, though, I can say, hey, if you come to CSUDH, not only you have this amazing content, but now also you're not gonna have to pay for textbooks. So whatever little thing that says I don't know what's now the number, right? $2,000, let's say, per year. Now it's gonna be reduced extremely, right? Because you're not gonna pay for it. So I think in a time where we're asked even from our provost, how can we distinguish ourselves? This is the easiest one to do, probably, right? And I think one that we should all consider. It also allows us to push and to keep our content up to date, because again, these textbooks by themselves get refreshed and updated quickly. So much more quickly than a regular textbook that needs to go through printing. And it also supports asynchronous teaching as much as synchronous. But as I said earlier, look, here you have a link, and here you have a link, and the student doesn't get confused with the page number because I have the old edition. Or some of our students, I don't know if you heard, I even used to do that. They sit together with one copy of the book, and some of them have to copy from that copy because they cannot afford to buy the textbook themselves. I used to do that. I don't know why now, but it made sense because I didn't have the money. Two things that I don't have numbers yet on, but I plan on collecting, is I think, and this, I might be wrong, but I'm not sure, that this will allow us to increase enrollment and to increase retention. And I promise to come back in a couple of years when we do this again and bring numbers. I will monitor that. Not this semester doesn't quite count. This was a false start, as in we didn't publicize it. But moving forward, already for next semester, we're publicizing that we don't ask people to buy textbooks. And there is no cost associated with our majors specifically. And so I do think that will help. Students' feedback, by the way, are amazing. Like, they are happy, they appreciate it. They said all the things, at least, that pretty much come from their comments as well, right? Oh, I can access it from anywhere. I can access it early. It was already available. Thank you. And so on. Oops, sorry. So that's for the programming. Now, we work so much here. We teach, we do service, and we also do research. Some of us really love doing research. And anyways, we have to do them for our promotion and tenure. So whatever you stand here with, I start thinking, okay, well, if there needs to be an extra stake here for us to use OER, right? And in my field, in linguistics, but it's true for every field, that there is scholarly teaching. Scholarly teaching is a field in each one of our fields that is focused on pedagogy, curriculum, research done on pedagogy, curriculum of teaching our specific fields. And there is even like an international association of scholarly teaching that encompasses all our fields together. I've been involved with that for like, I don't know now, maybe 7 years, 6 years, 7 years. And even this is a venue where you have regularly a journal. For sure, the international one has it, but also each one of our fields have it. So if you're not familiar, you should look into it, where you can publish this kind of research. It can be twofold, right? You could talk about the creation of your own content or how you adapt, like Jamie did. How do you adapt the content of an OER into your class? What activities you create? Or you can talk about best practices, right? How can we use it? For content, I was talking with Hallie and I also talked with Jamie yesterday. Like this presentation, repolish and change it around a little bit with more content coming also from them. Well, I'm sure will get accepted at the Linguistic Society of America to talk by the special section on scholarly teaching, because this is a no-brainer. We need to have more of these conversations. And this will inspire other educators in understanding why we need to change the way we teach linguistics, basically. Another facade of this, because it is connected to innovative teaching, whether there is no way not to. Another facade of this is that research per se, right? So I just got sabbatical, yay. I know, right? I wasn't expecting it, but I'm excited because I'm creating an OER grammar book for Mishtech. So in my field, this is a little bit of a critical choice, right? In my field, normally we don't do that. Normally you need to publish either with Benjamin or Mutton. And it needs to be in English, by the way, because, who cares that in Mexico they speak Spanish? And yes, that gives you prestige, but I want to try to be a little bit push up against this idea and say, no, we're going to write it in Spanish, by the way, and we're going to do that in OER format so that it's available to not only to anyone, but also to the community members. And it stays there. And we already discussed this with the community, so we know we're going to do this. And I want to say that the same people that would have reviewed this book, if we went to Mutton or Benjamin, will review this book anyways, because how many of us doing this work, right? 10, we all know each other. We go for coffee or drinks after every conference, right? So I want to put my money on this idea that if we want to write these textbooks, or whatever book that is in your field, we could do it in this format, and that would benefit more people. That book that I showed you earlier by John Glackman, the syntax-specific book, that friend of mine from UCLA, it counted towards this tenure. And so it was in 2020, they started working, and it was a lot harder to publish. And his university was like, hey, we have these funds for your OER. Do you want to write a textbook? And he was like, sure. And does it count towards tenure? And they were like, yes. And so he was like, okay. And he wrote it. And that's how it went, right? So related to this point, I think we need to have some more conversation then. And this is where the union president comes in. We need to discuss in the department the possibility to count an OER publication as a regular one for RTP and beyond that. This is a great time to have this conversation because we're also in 2 years going to review the post-tenure guidelines. And so we should have conversation. One could say, You know, I come from the English department, everybody's super nice. They would count it. I know that I don't even have to formally write it down, okay? Because they see the importance of it. But I still think that if we have the possibility to change the guidelines in our favor and in favor of this, we should. And we will revise all our guidelines anyways, so why not? We also should normalize OER-based projects when discussing teaching, and that should be included, as I said, this innovative teaching. When I saw what Jamie does in the class, I was like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. It's an amazing activity. No textbook ever has that kind of activity, right? But you can do it when you have the flexibility in the material already embedded in it. And we should think that this is an example of innovative teaching, and that is an example of like prioritizing student well-being, right? And benefiting our student population. And we should consider that whenever we award sabbaticals and other things. I don't know if the committee this year, I don't know who was there, if they counted that as a plus, but I think that definitely should be a plus. And then we should consider proposing policies university-wide, right? So right now, as I said, linguistics is small. I could do Z major. I showed you how I did it. That's great. But I can think that bigger department might have issues like doing that, right? Because now we're talking about like 20, I don't know how many people there are in psychology, but just to think one on top of my head, but probably a lot, right? And so it would be important, I think, to have something in place so that, who knows, we could be the first CSU campus where like students are not buying textbooks, you know, where it becomes easy to do it, not just because you come from a tiny program, right? But because it's something that is embedded in our culture, because something like this is already embedded in our mission statement, and we always refer to our mission statement as the thing that we should refer to. And automatically that's the case here. So I think we should consider these policies moving forward. So in conclusion, OER can be advantageous for both the students and the instructors in different ways, as our experience has shown in linguistics at CSUDH. Reducing the cost of textbooks and make the material easily accessible is extremely important for our students, from what we know. Our majors can benefit from distinguishing themselves even more, right? And the work with OER can and should be counted towards our scholarly and teaching files, promotion, and so on. And then I have very long acknowledgements. I will always be grateful to Hallie Clausen for mentoring me about OER and for answering all the many questions I have constantly. I'm also thankful for her support to make both of our majors Z majors and for giving me the honor of being the first OER faculty ambassador. And I will never say enough thank yous to our wonderful librarians and CSUDH. I mean, mine is Maggie Clark, but all of you are wonderful, and I don't think that we thank them enough for the amazing, I hope the dean is watching this. I don't think that we thank them enough for the amazing work that they do every day to support us and our students. Their expertise is extremely advanced. I'm always amazed about like how advanced it is. And although they work many hours and we know enough stuff, in my opinion, they always welcome us with the biggest smiles possible at DH, which I don't know if it's a correlation between librarian and smile or librarian DH smile, but all of them smile all the time, whether you go for drinks or baseball or you ask them a question or they come to talk to your class. And I think that is so nice, on top of the expertise as I define. So thank you so much, grazie mille, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have. Yes. For the TV.
Yes. Hi, Yara. Thanks for that presentation. That was really helpful for me to think about my own courses and the writing program. I especially thank you for the reminder if I can't find an open access textbook to ask the librarians for help. That was my case this semester. I was looking for an open access textbook for a grad course I was teaching. I couldn't find one, so I went with immediate access. I use open access for the first year writing courses, but that material and a lot of the open access textbooks also have come with PowerPoints too, which like I use one from OpenStax, and that's really helpful. But that material is more like, you know, kind of like visuals and instructional like exercises I find really helpful. For the grad course, there was more kind of content that we have to read through and look at. And so this is the question that I have is kind of what I'm struggling with this semester. Is the first time I'm using an open access or a digital textbook in the classroom, in a face-to-face classroom. I have a hard the application in which you read the textbook Cortex is kind of unwieldy. It's hard and on the screen to look at things and navigate. So, do you have any suggestions for how do you use digital books in a class where you have to actually read things and look at things together? You know, I'm so used in English to read it, open up the textbook and read it together and navigate it that way. So, yeah, any advice you have?
I don't know. I'm old school,
Yeah.
so maybe they have better advice. But like my thing when I have, because I taught literature while I was in Italy this fall, was to make sure the students brought their own laptop, or they love the phone. I don't know how they see things on the phone sometimes. I'm amazed, but you know, when you're young, and we would follow the same way. Back in the days, we had books, physical books, right? And I don't know, like to me that worked. I had mine projected the top, but then we were reading it together, and each of them had it. But to you, that doesn't work?
I mean, I think I should get feedback from the students, because even as grad students, they also look at their phones too, or half of them are looking at their phones, half of them are looking at their laptops. So I guess that's a discussion to have with them. I feel like it's not working as well. I think maybe it's me. You know, I'm not used to.
My students had no issue with that. So that's why I'm a little surprised. So like they
I
actually
think it's me.
it.
Yeah.
No, they also welcome it, and they really like that they can do it on their phone. Like that's something that. But yeah, it would be interesting if you ask them.
Right.
Like, yeah, and I don't know. Yes.
Paper textbook, and my class is all interaction. Like I teach speech classes, so they are constantly like in their book and using the things. It's embedded in Canvas. I don't have any problems with it. Nobody's mad that there's not a paper textbook. Even today, I couldn't access Canvas, and because I was blocked out, because you know our IT is great. And so so I couldn't get in. But all my students were like, we got it. They all pull out their tablets, their laptops, and go, blah, blah, blah. And I had already posted the stuff in Canvas for them to access. And they pulled it right up, and everybody's like, we got it. Great. We're all good. They jump in their groups, and it was just fine. Yeah. So just ask them. It might be that, you know, we have issues, but they're probably not having it.
Yeah, and I think the key is exactly to put it very clearly in Canvas. Like if you do that and you prepare ahead, which is why I keep saying, you know, it's really favorable for asynchronous and also for synchronous. Because, you know, but for asynchronous, I think you put extra care in the layout of Canvas. But we really should do the same for synchronous, right? And having it very specified, because the biggest issue that I faced when I started was that they couldn't find it. But because you link the exact page, then they don't have to do anything. Just click, then it's good. Yeah. Hopefully it works. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for having me.
Now, before you leave, I want to give you a little gift. Thank you for being one of our presenters today and for all of the work that you do.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Oh, wow. You're so generous. Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you.
And yeah, I guess we'll have a little bit of time before. Looks like they're getting lunch set up now, so please stick around to have some lunch. You know, continue these conversations, and then our next. Let's see, we have lunch until 1:30. Our next presentation is going to be at 1:30, so take some time and socialize. Thank you. Testing. Okay, so that one is. Yeah. Okay. She's got the other one.
Okay, you're good.
Good. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we're still getting situated. So. So, for those of you coming back into the room, hopefully you enjoyed the lunch, had plenty to eat. There is still some more food over there. We'll have it there for a little bit longer, so please feel free to go grab some more. And let's go ahead and jump back into our program for the afternoon. So this next discussion is one that I have personally been really looking forward to because, we love hearing from our colleagues, hearing the faculty voice is lovely, but I personally always find it even more impactful to hear from students directly. So please welcome one of the first ALS student ambassadors that I ever had the pleasure of hiring. This is Cassandra Chavez, who will be graduating this year from Human Services. And she will be joined today by Lynn Portello Melendez, who is a grad student in the TESOL, the Teaching English for Speakers of Other Languages master's program. And so I'm very excited to hear from them both today. I'm going to turn it over to them.
Okay. Hi. So I'm going to start off by asking some questions. First one, what's your experience been like affording textbooks? And what challenges have you faced?
Yeah, so just for some transparency to kind of give context for these questions as well, I am a first generation student as well as a former foster youth student. So affording textbooks has been difficult to say the least. Challenges that I faced for affording textbooks is just being able to do it. I receive financial aid and I receive assistance from financial aid, like the Pell Grant, but having to deal with like the extra costs from textbooks, especially when, as an undergrad, I was like taking 6 classes, having to deal with like having to get a textbook or like a really expensive textbook for each class was expensive. So that it would be like to the point where like I probably would drop the class if the textbook was way too expensive.
No, yeah, like I also am a first generation student and a former foster student, so I totally understand. Like I think that's what made me want to join this group when I found out this program, but like, we're working with students and teachers to try to make textbooks affordable. I think it relieves a big stress because I know we do get financial aid, but life happens and a lot of times we're thrown these like different curveballs, and it's like that money instead of using that for textbooks, it's like, what else could you use? And I think that's where I'm going to ask the second question. Was there ever a time when buying textbooks got in the way of buying necessities like food, gas, etc.?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the way that financial aid works, I think, for most students or for myself, is that I have to set aside a budget. So as far as that goes, it's like living expenses plus like car payments plus bills, like everything that an adult has to pay for. But as an 18-year-old kid, like it's hard to like kind of figure that out in the beginning. But I definitely was realizing that like, okay, like I'm budgeting everything and I think I'm doing it perfectly, but I still like have to account for like about $400 to $500 at the end of my budgeting. That's after living expenses, after tuition, after all that. And I remember like just kind of being like, I don't know how I'm going to get the rest of that. So the only really options for a student, a full-time student, because 6 classes, I mean, is a heavy load.
Yeah.
The only other option is to like take out loans as a student, and
Oh,
doing
yeah.
that also sets up kind of like a trap where like in the future you have to pay that back, and you have, I mean, if you get like, you know, you have to earn interest on them as well. I mean, it's like a whole cycle. So yeah,
No.
definitely.
No, yeah, I agree. Like, I refuse to take out loans.
Yeah.
And, like, gratefully, like, my whole, like, time here, I have not taken out a loan.
Especially
and
for a textbook.
yeah,
let me
like,
take out,
I
like,
think
a-
I understand when you were saying, like, you know, either, like, drop the class or sometimes, like, luckily, too, like, I don't know if you've been in group meets. Like, I've had, like, students who have been, like, thankfully that they share their textbooks. Like, if students couldn't afford it, they take a picture of it, like, here's a page for this homework. So I think it really helps, like, because, like, I believe it or not, like, they do cost, and like as much as you're like, oh, like it's, you know, it's $50, $70, $80, it all adds up when you're taking 6 classes, and it's like, okay, now that's meals, that's gas, that's rent, that's just like maybe I needed to buy like something for yourself, like hygiene wise, self-care wise, and then you're like, you're making sacrifices. So no, yeah, not having to pay for any, like, it's a relief. And then I guess that moves on to this question. How did it feel when you had classes that use free materials like OER?
It was definitely like I could relax a minute. Like I could like, okay, this is extra money that I could put towards something else, for either my education, like taking an extra course, or even like I do research too as well. So being able to afford stuff that like could help with my research, like going to conferences, or like paying for an extra bill easier so that I could like afford it later, you know? So it's like a huge relief to know that, okay, like my professors are kind of going out of their ways a little bit by like having to like look up the material and like send it over as a PDF or something. But it's like, I'm really grateful for it, because then I can go ahead and do the other parts of being a student, which is not just studying, but just living and being able to afford living.
No, of course, I agree. Like, I think for me, especially, I love when I'm like in a class and I see, oh, perfect, like we don't need a textbook or something. And then I know like there are ways that you could always check before enrolling, like if the course is going to require textbooks and what are like how much they are. So I think it's just, like you said, it's like you're able to relax, and like so it's one less load off of yourself.
Yeah.
Nah, and then I'm gonna ask, why do you think faculty should participate in textbook affordability programs like ALS?
So students don't drop their class.
But also as well, just like, I think the students, I mean, a textbook is important, and I understand the importance of like written literature and like being able to refer back to it and having it there physically. But I think giving the students like the autonomy, the choice to decide whether or not they're going to use that textbook or they're going to have that textbook is also really important, because I think that students feel like, okay, a lot of like, for me, example, like I want to be able to do the reading, and I want to be able to participate in your class, and I want to give my 100%. But if I'm worried about I need to like buy this certain textbook with like X amount of money, like it's just one more difficulty, one more challenge that I have to overcome and like deal with. And the stressors of that are just, it's like, how am I going to afford this? And if I afford this, what am I not going to be able to afford like 4 or 5 months from now? Even with like a perfect budget, you know? So I think, yeah, I mean, what was the question?
It was, why do you think faculty should participate in textbook?
I think, because like I said, it gives your students a choice.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, having supplemental reading maybe would be even best. Like, I like seeing the PDFs and I like seeing the free access stuff, but as well as like, hey, if you guys like this course, if you like the material we're teaching, like on your own time, and when you have the money that, you know, you can afford this, right? Here's this book that I highly suggest you reading, so that you can get a little bit more insight of this class. So yeah.
No, I agree with that. I'm like, let it be kind of an option for students. And then I'm going to ask, this is my last question, are there any other programs on campus that you've used to get help with extra academic costs besides tuition and for textbook help?
rather than my job on campus, there's a program called Toro Guardian Scholars on campus.
I know that one.
Yeah, you do. That one has helped me a lot. They have, through, I think, sponsors, they are able to help the students who have textbook costs or like other costs, like the parking permit here on campus, and just other costs that aren't included in tuition, but tuition and fees. They help with that, and like they're very about it, where they tell you like this is the deadline when you have to apply for it, and they help you with through that process. And also being able to advocate for yourself and being able to go to them and like talk to them and be like, I need help with this, because like, you know, it's hard, like first gen former foster youth, like it's not easy, and you have to not only mitigate the college process by yourself, but also like dealing with like the extra cost of like a class, like textbooks and stuff.
No, yeah, I love TGS. I'm like, being in that program too has saved me a lot. Like there was times where I was like, oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, how am I gonna get out of this funk? And they've like always offered support. And then I know they also have that textbook grant too. So it's like, besides students doing their part, I'm glad there's programs on campus that are also offering an extra set of hands to ease all these stresses on our lives. So now, if anybody has any questions, the floor is open.
Transfer person here, I'll take yours. Yeah. Thank you both. I think that's really helpful. Does anybody have a question? I can bring around a mic. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
I don't have a question. I just really appreciate your sharing your experiences and your insight as faculty. It's really good to hear, and I'll put that information forward and persuading our faculty in the English department to use open access textbooks. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that comment. Speaking of like faculty, I just reminded myself like a lot of times like faculty they don't really know what's going on with the students, right? Unless the students, like I said, advocate for themselves, like talk to them like, hey, I really like can't afford this book. And then that's when like, you know, it's up to the faculty to decide whether there's like anything else that they could do about that, or like, I don't know, like in the future taking off like the book from the syllabus, or just like giving them like access to it in a more like approach, like in a more like what's it called, accessible way. So it's definitely like, yeah, the faculty can do so much, but it's also up to the students to be able to advocate for themselves.
So I actually have a question then. We were having a conversation earlier about course material format, about digital materials versus print materials, and I'm curious if you two could speak to the idea of, or the question of, do you feel like there's a difference for you when you're engaging with your textbooks or your course materials digitally versus in like print format? And have you seen any benefits or any difference when you're accessing free materials, whether it's digital or in print, versus like a physical textbook that you had to buy?
I mean, I'm an English literature BA person, so I understand like the importance and like just the art of having like a physical book in your hands and being able to, with your hands, like be able to touch it and like interact with it. I also understand that we're living in a digital age, so a lot of people, I think, aren't necessarily as confused when it comes to interacting with like course material that is more online. I think making it online is more accessible, especially if like, I mean, you always have your phone with you, or you always have some type of like computer anywhere. So I think being able to like, I don't know, get on the subway and like just go on your phone and read the course material, like if it's, whether it's on the app or whether it's like you downloaded the PDF into your phone, that would be a lot easier than having like lugging a textbook around, you know, that you have to kind of deal with, and you have to like bring your highlighters for annotations and stuff like that. But I think it really depends on the person, because I've gotten where like the professor's just like all PDFs all online, or the access book online, and I've actually like gone out of my way to print them out because for me personally, like I need to be able to annotate. I need my highlighters, I need my pens, I need all of that. Like, one, because it's pretty, but two, because it's also like, it's almost like meditational for me to be able to read and like get in the zone like that. But there are other people who don't see the benefit in that, and I can also understand from that aid where it's a lot more accessible as far as like just whipping out your phone and like reading a PDF real quick on the subway, or like if you're out to dinner and like there's a lull in the conversation, being able to just access it like that, it makes it easier.
Fair enough. Cassandra, anything to add?
I think I agree what she said. It really depends on the person, because again, for me, I'm a very visual person, so as I do prefer when it's like physical, because it allows me kind of to like grasp the information a little bit more. But I also do agree where like digital does make things a little easier as far as like, especially carrying around textbooks, they do get heavy. And I think for me, I like the fact that like I could just download the PDF and then kind of just like, I have an iPad, so like I'll annotate on my iPad. And I could think it's just a little easier just in the sense that like, you know, it's right there with you. Like if you need to wrap it up, you go home, open up your tablet, it's there again. Whereas like, oh, like sometimes, you know, you forget your book at home or you forget it in like at work. It really depends. So I think it's easier because like, you know, at least for like digital wise, it kind of shares across all your devices. So then it's like, you know, maybe my phone died, but I have my laptop, or maybe my laptop died, I have my tablet. So I think I do like the digital, like especially like the PDFs, but I think I also like the freedom that, you know, you can always print it and then you have it physical as well, versus just a physical textbook that you have to buy, and then it's kind of hard to like digitalize that.
Fair enough. Any other questions? Oh, let me run across the room, sorry.
What piece of advice would you give to incoming freshmen in terms of dealing with textbook costs, and what could faculty help in that regard in terms of helping freshmen?
I would say always ask if there is an earlier edition that they could perhaps access. A lot of earlier editions are usually free online already because the new editions, you want the new editions to be bought up, as well as they could be cheaper. So being like, is an earlier edition like just as good as the newer edition? Is it possible to do that? If the teacher or the professor says absolutely not, like we need the new edition, it's like, is there a way that you could go ahead and sign it into the library so that we can just go in there and get copies of it, take pictures of it, so that we can have like some type of like visual of it without necessarily having to buy it. I would say that like definitely the library is your best friend as far as accessing textbooks, as long as they have a program like that, which they should. They definitely should. And as well as just advocate, just going to the professor and being very transparent with them and being very forward with them, because like I said, a professor and will not know what's going on, will not understand the circumstance unless they are talked to, they are told, because you know they're human too and they want to help out just as much, but they can't do anything unless they're told something. So definitely advocating for yourself, and definitely like being resourceful as far as like using the library, because they do have programs like that, and also as well as going on to like Google Scholar and typing up maybe the textbook and seeing if there's a free PDF online or something like that too. Like try to like be resourceful and try to use as many resources as you can. And then at that point, you know, like I really hope that the teacher like, you know, could help you out with that. But like I said, yeah, they really don't know until you tell them.
I would also add, I think utilizing all the programs you have on campus, there are a lot that will help. I know there's like, for example, Toro Guardians, there's EOP, I think there was even, I forget which program there was, but they were even giving out book grants. So I think just kind of familiarizing with programs on campus, you know, always reaching out to your professors, asking for help. I know sometimes we are scared of our professors and we're like, oh, they're not going to understand. But, you know, a lot of times they are more understanding than you think. And then even like utilizing the library, there's like one search, and then that's what I work with. I always tell students, like, please look at our library first before you go on Amazon or go looking for textbooks, because chances are we do have it either in course reserve or like as able for you to check out. And then even it starts even with enrolling in your classes. A lot of students don't know, but you could, I think, put a filter to kind of see, like, it's called ZCCM, so zero cost course materials. And it starts right there where you can see that, you know, there are some, like, especially if it's not in your budget, like kind of like textbooks, it'll tell you, you know, like, okay, like the textbooks are either cheaper than like a certain price or there's just no textbooks at all that you have to pay for. So I think it's just one of those kind of like familiarizing yourself with the resources on campus, with the professors on campus, and then with like the library. And then I think from there you can go like you were saying, like kind of just reaching out, seeing if you could use older materials. And yeah, just a bit communicating. And I think that'll help like kind of guide your way to try to hopefully save money and not have to spend so much on textbooks.
Amazing. Okay, well, thank you so much. Let's give them another round of applause. All right, thank you both so much. I have a present for each of you before you leave. So again, I hope that this was as impactful for you, for everybody else, as it was for me. I want to thank you for taking the time to come and sharing your story. Thank you. And I just really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we do have a little bit of time. Our faculty and staff ALS recognition ceremony will be at 2:30. So we'll come back for that, and that will be our big culminating event for the day. But we do still have some food, so again, please eat. All right. Welcome, everybody. I'm so happy to see so many folks here in the room with us. Welcome back for those of you who've been with us throughout the day. And it is now my honor and my delight to kick off our 2026 ALS recognition ceremony. I do want to say we do have some snacks and food over there. Please enjoy that before you get too settled. But we will start off by welcoming a woman who needs no introduction on this campus, our provost, Kim Costino.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. And thank you all out there in the world and in here in the room for joining us today for our annual celebration of the faculty and staff here at Dominguez Hills. Every year, this event gives us a chance to celebrate all of the hard work you do for and with our students, for supporting them to achieve their dreams, and for making the pursuit of those dreams a little more affordable. So I want to start off first, though, by, I'm going to work this too, yes? Look at that. I've been welcomed. Wait, now we're stuck. There we go. All right. So before we go any further and announce our totals and do a drum roll of all of that, I want to start off by acknowledging the academic technology team at the Chancellor's Office, who has given us such strong and consistent support for this program for a long time. So So I believe Barbara Beat-Sperling is here with us today, and I believe you are responsible for managing that Cool for Ed faculty database, which is very cool. So if you want to stand and to our... Thank you very much. Thank you for your support and your partnership in this very important work. So now to the CSU DH faculty. By partnering with the university library and the bookstore, and through your own research and evaluation, you have significantly reduced the cost of textbooks and other materials required for courses, and in many cases, you not only reduced it, you made zero cost access available, either through the library or by using open educational resources online. This year, this is a big deal, 476 CSUDH faculty participated in the program, which resulted in over $4.8 million in savings. That is a huge, big deal. And for that, our students and I cannot thank you all enough. So thank you, Hallie, for all the work that you do. Thank you to our friends at the CO. Thank you to the faculty, the staff. This really is a big deal. It's really important work. And I don't know what else to say, but thank you. I appreciate you. So.
Thank you so much. Let's see. This is being slow. There we go. There's our big number right there. If you want to know the specifics, all the dollars and cents. All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just transfer it right over. It'll be great. So before we get to our recognition for every single faculty member who participated in ALS this year, I want to start by giving a special recognition to our first ALS faculty ambassador. That's Dr. Yara Montenuto in the Linguistics and TESOL program. Give her a round of applause. She as our faculty ambassador this year, she has served on the ALS steering committee. She and I have presented together at new faculty orientation and workshops for FDC. Thank you, Miriam. And many of you also probably saw her in your Chairs Council meetings this year because she's been helping me spread the good word of ALS. I am now accepting applications for the ALS Faculty Ambassador for next year. So if that's something that you're interested in, I have a little QR code on all of the tables. Please let me know your ideas for how we can, expand our reach, talk to other faculty, exciting projects we can do. I was just really honored to work alongside Yara this year. And so, I know it's huge shoes to fill, but I think that I have every faith that there are other faculty out there who can help take the next step. I also do want to say that the role does include a very small stipend. So, you know, there's a little bit of compensation for the work as well. I'm not just asking you to volunteer your time. All right. And the other big announcement that I have today related to that is that Dr. Montenuto and the entire English department have officially launched our very first zero-cost major here at CSU Dominguez Hills. So if you're not familiar, a zero-cost major is a major where students can go through their entire degree program and take all the classes for their major, and none of those classes will require them to buy a textbook. So that is applicable for both the Linguistics BA as well as the TESOL Masters. Both of those programs are zero-cost majors. Yeah, and it's just a huge undertaking. They are, let's see, I think the third program, the third Z major in the entire CSU. So to my knowledge, Channel Islands got their first Z majors in 2020, and Bakersfield actually has a full Z degree. So they were able to include the GE classes, so that means that it's possible. We could maybe make that happen. That was in 2023. But you know, we're doing all these conversations around campus about attracting new students, keeping them here, retention, making sure that they get to their degrees. And I personally really think we're sleeping on the Z major as a way to do that, because Yara made a very good point in her presentation earlier that this is a great marketing tactic, right? For lack of a better word. To my knowledge, this is the only Z major for linguistics and TESOL in the country. So they're doing cool work. I will also note that there are a lot of other programs that I think are close if they're not already functionally a zero-cost major. I know our math department is about 90% there. They just have a couple classes that they're kind of struggling with. And I've spoken with other department chairs who just need to basically make it official. So if you're already doing this work on your campus, or sorry, doing this work in your classes, let me know. It's actually probably easier than you think. So this has been a ton of work. Let's just give them another round of applause, right? All right, so now is the moment we have been building to all day. Oh, actually, let's go back. So as we've done in previous years, we are gonna go through college by college and give everybody their chance to shine. I believe that I've got everyone's names on these slides, but if I missed you, let me know. Again, there's a QR code on the tables, you can let me know. As we go through the colleges, we are also going to include pauses because I have some folks who volunteered to come up here today and serve as our faculty showcases for this year. So they will be describing the classes they've been teaching, how they made the switch to using free or low-cost materials, the impact that they've seen of that switch on their students. All right, are we ready for the College of Arts and Humanities? Yeah, all right. So, if you are a faculty member in the College of Arts and Humanities, stand up and receive your applause. Let's see, I don't see Larry in the house, but Shante, will you come up here? Now, you are the only one who registered, but I want to make sure that you get your acknowledgement there, and that's for you. Thank you very much. All right, now we are going to actually have you come back up here because you are going to be our first presenter. Shouldn't have let you sit down in the first place.
That's all right. Thanks
there
so
we
much.
are.
And I just hit the arrows, right?
Arrows, yep.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. My name is Shante Carvalho. I am associate professor in theater, speech, and dance. I have to put speech in there because I'm the speech coordinator, and speech is not a major, it's a minor. But speech is the largest enrollment in our department because everybody has to take it in order to graduate. So I teach and I'm the coordinator for that gen ed course. Let's see, is it up, down? Is that one? There we go. Okay, so one of the reasons why I opted when I came here to look at OERs or zero cost materials is because moving here when I first came, the busiest spot on our campus to me that always stood out was the bus stop. on the front of campus. And coming here from other universities, I would come here and see every day the bus stop would just be so crowded. And I was like, that is why there's parking, because everybody rides the bus. And I hadn't seen that on any other campus. And that really impressed upon me as I saw students struggling to purchase the textbook for our course. And this class that the public speaking is Theater 120. Fundamentals of Speech is the requirement. In the fall semester, approximately 30% of the students on this campus are taking that class. It's huge. It is a requirement. Everybody must take it to graduate. So a class that everybody has to take at the time I arrived was charging $150 for a textbook. And that just broke my heart. And so I gave it about a year, and then I said, y'all, we have to do something about this because this is way too expensive for students. And I polled the students, we asked them, and they actually weren't even purchasing the textbook. They were all trying to find some way to get the materials, and they were failing the quizzes. There were lots of resources, but they just weren't doing it. So I was looking at our demographics, and I figured we have to change that. So what I did was I reached out to some of my colleagues in our field, and I asked, where can I find, zero cost textbooks? I knew that as in the speech field, we had always been looking to get textbooks cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, those of us who were invested in it. We wanted our students to have access. The cheapest I'd known at the time was a $10 textbook created by Irvine Valley College. And I was like, great, that's a deal, but I want free. So I reached out and found 3 textbooks that were free and available. I gave them to our lecturers and our faculty and asked them to select from the 3 based on, our students. They had been here longer than I had been. And so we selected this textbook, Speak Up, Speak Out, which when I originally started using it, it only had a PDF copy, which was fine for us. It was okay. We embedded the PDF in Canvas so you can see that it's actually there. We have it embedded in Canvas. It says textbook. So it gives you the option. So we started with just the PDF, but now you can see over on the left-hand side, LibreText has actually taken the textbook now. And so we are able to give students both options. So they can have the PDF, they can download it and keep it, or they can access it from the web browser and then see some of the other things. It makes it a little easier, breaks it down by section. That's just lucky. We just got lucky with that. So we have this textbook. And then I thought we need some more resources because our students are using the textbook. Having it on day 1 in Canvas, genius, like absolutely genius. We've now made it so that all the speech classes have zero cost materials. So any speech class, any level, all OERs. So you don't have to worry about that. But this year I thought we need something else. How can we add it up? So this year I added a podcast. So we took the textbook and started doing podcasts, but I also turned the textbook into an audiobook. So because it's copyright-free material. So I am the person who go in my little studio and recorded every single chapter that we have, turned it into an audiobook with chapters and things. And so this is the podcast, it's the Fundamentals of Speech podcast. And I pulled the data from it. We had, out of the students who have it, about 40% of our students are listening to the podcast and commenting, giving feedback. So that's really nice. And they like having this because students who use like public transportation or have long commutes to school, they are using the podcast, which worked out beautifully. So they're engaging, and there's even students going, when is the next one coming out? So it's nice to see them engaging with the materials in a different way. And then I added TikTok and YouTube videos about that. So what I did this semester, which changed drastically, because I'm noticing that like engagement in the classes, post-COVID, students weren't talking in class as much, and we know that students who participate actively in the courses learn more material. So if they come to class and they're engaging with the work, then they learn more, but they're not talking, they're not engaging with the material. So I wanted to create another way for them to engage with it. So now, attendance and participation are 2 separate grades. Attendance is you showed up to class, you came, great, but participation points can be earned by either participating in class or interacting with the TikTok or YouTube videos. They're posted on both platforms because some students are on TikTok, some are not, so they have both places. And you can see that the numbers like vary because that's just random on TikTok, but you can see that students are watching them. So 207, 186, 544, 806, 1340, they're actually engaging with the content in a way that they can do it. And this directly goes to what we're discussing in the class that week. It matches what's in the chapters, so they're engaging with the material and learning more. And so what we see as a result of doing that, we put it in Canvas, so you could see what it's in Canvas. You can see that this is what their participation point assignment looks like every week. It's a discussion, so it lists all the ways, like, oh, you can watch this video on TikTok or YouTube. This is how many points you can get for that. You can engage in the class. You can get this many points. You can listen to the podcast. So we're giving them lots of ways to be interactive in the class and to participate. And what we're noticing as a result of that the students are actually enjoying the class, which is nice. This is not a class that people like taking. You can probably remember your own public speaking class and went, oh my gosh, that was scary as heck, right? And I know this because I fly a lot and people love to tell me about how much they hated their public speaking class when they're sitting next to me on a plane. The headphones just do not, I'm like wearing noise canceling headphones and a blanket and they're like, so what do you do? I'm like, come on, read the nonverbals. So people tell me they hate this class. I know, but our students are actually enjoying the class. They're saying like, oh, this is my favorite class to take. It's already kind of enjoyable, but it's making it better. We notice there's a huge decrease in financial stress. The number of emails, feedback we get from students saying like, oh my God, thank you so much for not making me buy a textbook. Having it on day one in Canvas, you just see them automatically go like, oh, it's great. Also giving them the other resources, we've noticed that they just have higher levels of confidence when they get up and give speeches because they had access to those materials more opportunity to engage with it. So it's not just a textbook. It's a textbook. It's the podcast. It's the TikTok videos. Now, even over just having the zero cost textbook, we see them engaging more with the material, remembering it. We know that they're having better speech performance. We see it in their delivery. It's a very clear distinction between, oh, that was something we talked about once in class, but now they remember it. They can give me the information back because they're getting it in multiple ways. It's not just in class. It's not just the textbook. They're watching the TikTok videos. They're listening to the podcast. So much better. And we're just seeing increased achievement in the student outcomes that we have for the course. We see that students are meeting those outcomes more, which is really, really nice to be able to see that. And it's refreshing and to see that it costs them nothing. Now, I will be honest, it costs me time. It is me. I'm creating all those resources. But fortunately, I do find it fun. And I enjoy doing all those things. And to be able to share them with my colleagues who are mostly lecturers and part-time lecturers, and to be able to give them resources that make their teaching loads lighter, that make it easier for them to teach in the class and make it more enjoyable is really nice to be able to see, and they're super appreciative. So it helps so much. So yeah, thank you. I know I don't have time for questions, but that was just my last slide. Thank you.
Before you go, I have one question. What's the TikTok called?
Oh, it's me, Speaker Shantae. I don't have it. Just Speaker Shantae.
Because I'm going to look up those videos. All right. So thank you so much. All right, so let's go on to our next college then. So if you are in the College of Business Administration or Public Policy, please stand up. Let's see. And Sarah, if you want to come on up here, I have your certificate for you here. You're here early. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I actually have you at the end. Is that okay? Yeah, okay, excellent. So we'll see her in just a second. All right. Next, we are going to hear from another Sarah Turkel. Will you come up from Clinical Science? And she is going to tell us about her class.
Thank you. Hi. Hello, everybody. So my name is Sarah Turkel, and I teach a lot of microbiology courses in the Department of Clinical Science. So it's kind of microbiology, but for the laboratory professional. It's kind of a different framework. So what I like to use, let's see, just hit this. Okay, oops. Having worked in multiple microbiology labs around the country, and having inspected a lot of microbiology labs around the country, there is always one textbook that I always find. And now it's true, people on the bench, we call that people who actually are doing the work. If they're, questioning something, they may just Google it. But I've never been in a microbiology lab where this one textbook is not there, and I want to have the students become familiar with it so that when they walk into the clinical microbiology lab upon graduation or whatever, they are comfy, they say, I know that, they know how to use it. It's something they can feel like I am a little bit more prepared for this profession. The problem is it's kind of an expensive textbook. It is a resource well known and utilized, has multiple editions. Every year or two it comes out with a new one, but with that comes additional cost. But so what I do, and the courses I teach are pretty basic micro. It's really just to prepare them for their clinical training and to get a little bit more information when they get there. But they need to know the fundamentals. And what I found is that I can use an older edition of this textbook. And what I do is luckily the library has it, but it's going to be an older one. And so every year I see, ooh, did they get the next one? Did they get another edition in here that I can link to the syllabus? And this is the only required text, but it's free through the library. It's the PDF, they can download it. It's the classic text for clinical microbiology labs. And I like to support, so Dr. Patrick Murray up there, I used to work with him at the NIH, and he's a lovely person. So not only I'm so proud that his textbook is everywhere, but I like to support him as well. He's super friendly, has a big mustache, he's wonderful. Anywho, so yes, so new editions generally get the cost. I don't want our students to have to pay for it. A lot of our classes in clinical science require lab fees, multiple lab fees that they're forced to pay, and I don't want to have any additional cost. Also, I'm sure like most of you, most of our students are working at the same time. And anything that'll make their life easier and cheaper, I'm all for. I started teaching here in 2014, part-time, and I have been doing this since. So I really try to get this happening. So basically this book covers basic laboratory diagnostics for bacteria, fungus, some parasites. I teach all of those courses. So any of my microbiology coursework, I will use this and link it for the students. And specifically for this semester, I'm using it for CLS 401 and CLS 440. 440 covers bacteria, and 401 covers virology and mycology for the clinical laboratory professional. That's Aspergillus over there, in case anyone is wondering. Okay, so you got a little learning there, tiny bit of learning. So what I do, because I know that, you know, I can't depend on certain parts of the data of this textbook to keep current. So I use it as a resource for the students. And I tell them, look, I am basing my lectures on this, but within all of my lectures, I update everything. My background is in public health, so I like to bring in epidemiological data, and I will always include the updated epi data for, you know, whatever bug we're talking about, how much is going around in California, the world, to kind of make it a little bit, you know, society, global, like why are we even studying this stuff? You know, how many people are they actually killing and affecting? I think it's important. So all of those kinds of updated data, I don't depend on the text for. The text is really for basic understanding of microbiology organisms that honestly has not changed in 200 years, thousands of years, honestly. But we are using, like, anyone heard of the Gram stain microbiology labs? Okay, Gram stain is the classic stain we use to identify different bacteria. It was invented by Koch about 150 years ago, and we still use it. So certain things have not changed. And I depend on that, but I also make sure that anything that does, we have a lot of researchers out there that like to do phylogenetic testing on some of these things. And then they decide this bug shouldn't be named that, it should be named this because it, you know, is related to, and so I have to update all my slides with name changes a lot. One slide I know I have, it has like also known as, and there's like 5 bugs. I'm like, would you just stop researching these things? Because it is getting tiring. Certain bugs, I like to know is certain bugs. Anyway, I have to make sure that I keep up to date with this, but at least they have a fundamental resource to use for the basics, and it's free. One note, I don't know why, so, you know, we have to do, I don't know if you guys have heard about GE CalGETC, the new requirements for our GE courses. there is a note in there where if you are going to use an old edition text, over 7 years old, you gotta make a note basically that says it's a classic text somewhere on your syllabus to explain why you're using it. So I do that. I don't teach a GE, but this is why you see the word classic throughout this. Just something to kind of keep in mind if you want to do something like this is if you are teaching a GE, be aware that incorporate those terms so you don't get into trouble down the line. Anyway, that's all I got. I was told I had just a little bit of time. Anyway, thanks.
And actually, you can stay up here because next we are going to congratulate the College of Health, Human Services, and Nursing. So if you are in that college, please stand up. Is it just you?
I am standing.
You're standing. Apologies while I sort through all my various. There you are. And there you go. Thank you so much. Yay. All right, wonderful. So our next faculty showcase unfortunately could not be here today, but I still want to recognize his excellent work. So Dr. Abdi, also in clinical science, never let it be said that the medical classes, you can't find affordable or free materials. They're out there, I promise. So for his course, which is CLS 492, Research Methods in Clinical Science, is also using what you would consider, I guess, a classic textbook, right? Clinical Epidemiology, The Essentials, the 6th edition. Fortunately, with this class, we were able to get a library license for unlimited users. So we have access through the library. Every student in the entire campus could be using this textbook at the exact same time. As long as they have internet access, they have the book for free. So this is an example, another example of where we're reducing that cost. This actually would count as a zero cost course materials course. So this could have that ZCCM code in our course schedule because of that unlimited user ebook access. All right. Oh, and then I do want to mention that you can actually read more about his adoption in his own words, not from me. So that is on Cool for Ed, which is where all of these faculty showcases will be hosted, which is what Barbara does over there, tireless work for us. So these will be online, not just for us on our campus, but for faculty across the country and around the world. Anybody can follow their example and get a sense of what they could do for their own courses. Okay, it's not up there yet, but it will be. I know we did our part. We know you've got it, so it's in process. So he's not here to appreciate your applause, but let's go ahead and give Dr. Abdi a round of applause anyway. Maybe he'll be watching the live stream. All right, and then let's move on to our next college. So if you are in the small but mighty College of Education, please stand up. Anybody here? Aw, well, let's give him a round of applause anyway. All right, and then our next presenter is going to be joining us from CBAP. So Sarah, would you come up, please? Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much. I'm Sarah Brito. I'm in Criminal Justice Administration and in the College of Business Administration and Public Policy. I'm going to talk about my CJA 344, Crime Theories and Criminal Justice Policies class. And this is the class that I've been most reluctant to find an OER solution because we have these classic texts. Unfortunately, they're also really, really expensive. So $100 to $200, big investment, but they cover, classic historical criminological theory. But like many of you, I realize this is a problem. Half of my students aren't buying this, they're falling behind. So I started to look for options. The first option I came across was a low cost option. It was about $20 published from CSU Long Beach. One of the faculty members there had a great textbook. And I used it for several years, but then it got to the point it was out of date and I did not feel comfortable using it. So talked to some publishers, found another textbook that was just under the $40 limit. And I was like, okay, great, I've got another book, and used that for a couple years. And then I realized, even doing the immediate access program, that it was above that $40 limit. So I'm like, I gotta do better. I was searching. I found a Canadian textbook that was wonderful in terms of theory, but not so good in terms of criminal justice policy. They were great on their policy, but not so much in the US. So I looked everywhere. I talked to a librarian. I went through Merlot. I was looking, and right before my class started, I lucked upon a new OER textbook put out in 2025. Is it on the next slide? You don't have a next slide, so that's okay. And I just, of course, I'll just leave that there. I won't bother it anymore. But this is Peterson and Vanderply's Introduction to Criminology and Equity Lens. I was very excited that they had an equity lens, because too often these historical theories are very old and tired, and they don't recognize racism and inequality in the theories. Now, even though they had the title, they were missing some of the bigger elements. So I was able to go through the library, and they had Brown and Barganier's book, Race and Crime, Geographies of Injustices. And I was able to use a chapter of that to contextualize the other textbook. And so in combination, and using, videos and articles, come together and create the course material that would supplement and make this a good class. And I don't teach the class by the textbook, like going chapter through chapter. I try to create a community in the class. Students bring in their own cultural experiences, interact with the content, and the policy element of this course allows them to kind of imagine, how is this working in their own communities? How do they bring it back to the communities? How can they plan change in their communities? So this has been a great experience. Like I said, I was very reluctant to move this course into this space, but I'm very happy that I've done so. And even this is the first semester that I've done that with this course, and I'm already seeing a change in the group discussions and the projects, because everybody has access to the same resources, so they can all contribute at equal levels. So they're reading the materials and bringing it into class. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. I love hearing that process, right? That you don't have to find everything perfectly right off the bat. Sometimes it takes a little while. All right, so next, let's see here. So next, we have a very large college. If you are in the College of Natural and Behavioral Sciences, is anyone in the room from CNBS? No? Okay, all right, fair enough. Give them a round of applause anyway. All right, so, and then last but definitely not least, every year I always like to remind you all that we do have one credit-bearing course here in the University Library, and for some reason it's not showing your last name. Huh. You're just Eric. You're just Eric, a mononym. But so we do teach Lib 151 Fundamentals of Information Literacy in the library every year. I was very fortunate to get to teach it this spring. I'm teaching it right now. This is my first time getting to teach it, and it's very, very fun. So Eric and I got to teach it this year. So Eric, come on up here. And there's your certificate. Sure. And I get one this year. I never get a certificate. All right, so, now it's got your full name. There we go, Eric Haas. All right, so I know we said it before. I don't know if you were counting, but we did have 476 faculty participating in ALS this year, which is enormous, right? Yeah, I don't know why it's being weird. There we go. So, and we do see that number going up every year, which is exciting. Oh, I also did want to make a point that CNBS has been winning for number of faculty every single year, but this year CHHSN beat them out. So hey, it's probably because of you and Dr. Abdi. That's what I'm gonna say. Yeah. All right. So, as you know, probably, or as you hopefully know, in the past few years, we have switched to creating letters of recognition for all of our faculty who participated in ALS. And the intention with those is that they can be included in your RTP packets for review, tenure, and promotion, or evaluation if you're a lecturer. They are signed by me and by our Dean of the Library, Dr. Braisley right there. And they are tangible evidence of your commitment to supporting your students. So I hope that you display those with pride. I know that when they get to the provost and the president, hopefully they will carry some weight. And this year's letters should hopefully be going out by the end of April, but I am kind of a one-woman show, so give me a little time. If you don't get them by the end of May, please let me know. I want to make sure that you have those for your RTP. In addition to that, I did make these certificates of recognition for anybody who told me they were going to be here today. If you participated in ALS this year and either weren't on one of our slides or didn't get a certificate, please let me know, because I am more than happy to make a certificate for everybody. Just tell me that you want one. All right, so let's see if it'll go. Here we go. All right, so every year, it should say award right there. I don't know why it's not showing. Our next presentation is, I'm going to be completely honest, one of my absolute favorites, because while faculty are the powerhouses behind ALS, you do all the work, you make the decisions, you teach the classes, and you really see the impact that that has on your students' lives every day. But there are countless heroes among our Toro staff who submit those book adoption forms, make the course schedules, answer 8 million emails, and basically keep our campus running. So this is the third year that we have been able to offer an ALS Staff Recognition Award. And I just could not go another year without recognizing my amazing colleagues and friends in the university library. So I'm just so lucky to work with these people every day. It's truly not an exaggeration to say that my job would entirely fall apart without the staff that we have in the library. But I couldn't pick favorites, so I'm splitting this year's award between 5 folks here in the library. I want to start with Adelina Torres. She is our course reserve specialist. She is the expert on every physical or digital book that gets marked in OneSearch as being used for a particular course. We keep those on separate bookshelves so students can check them out for a couple of hours at a time. But without Adelina, our course reserves would be a nightmare, and I don't think I'm exaggerating. She really tends to those with tireless grace. And so, Adelina, will you come up here, please? Thank you so much for all of your work. All right. Now, Anthony unfortunately could not be here today, but he works in our Collections Access and Processing Services Unit, or what we affectionately refer to as CAPS. He is our electronic resource assistant. So if you have ever used any ebook in the library collection, if you've watched a Canopy film, if you had some kind of an issue with something in OneSearch, it probably went through Anthony, and you have benefited from his amazing attention to detail. So he very likely is on our live stream, so let's give him a round of applause. And next, we have Shiloh. Shiloh also works in CAPS. She is our acquisitions assistant. So basically, she is our getting new stuff specialist. Anytime we order anything, it goes through Shiloh. She checks all the numbers. She makes sure that, those of us who put in the order actually did it correctly. She makes sure that we actually get it here into the library. I just am so lucky that we have someone here in the library with her enthusiasm, with her compassion, with her tenacity. Thank you so much, Shiloh. Please come up here. Thank you so much. All right. And then last but most legendary in our CAPS department is Tony Flint. He is our cataloging and digital initiatives specialist. I had to look up everybody's actual titles. Tony has been here at Dominguez Hills ever since we had a campus. He was a student. Was it the first year that DH opened? The first day that this campus opened. He worked here in the library as a student assistant, and then he basically just never left. So I am very grateful every day for your wisdom, for your good cheer, and your impressive knowledge of this institution. Tony knows everything. Please come on up here. Thank you so much, Tony. All right, and she knew I was going to do this to her. I absolutely have to thank Elisa Banks. She is our academic resource manager. She is the go-to person for everything. I defy you to find anyone on this entire campus who works as hard as this woman. Morning and night, days and weekends, in sickness and in health, you can send her every question and she will answer it, and probably answer a dozen more questions you never even thought of. I know that I'm not the only one whose job would completely fall apart, and probably life would completely fall apart without Lisa. I want her to know that we see you and we appreciate you. Thank you, Lisa. I'm gonna do it anyway. All right, so can we get one more round of applause for our amazing library staff? All right, and in just a moment, I'm going to stop talking. I'm sure you're all sick of hearing from me. I'm also sick of hearing from myself. But I do want to say a thank you to everyone who has supported the planning and the development of this event. My library colleagues who've been manning the welcome desk, who helped me set all of this up. I hope that you have learned something today. I hope that you have met a new colleague, or, found out about a new strategy that you can take into our next academic year. I have booked this room out until 4:30, so my intention for this time is that we can stay. There are more snacks, more treats. Please eat the food. Maybe meet somebody from another department, or get started on a new project, because really ALS only works if we all work together. That's the whole purpose of all of this. I do have a couple of suggestions. So on your tables, again, you have a flyer with some QR codes. So check out our ALS website. If you have any questions, you're also welcome to reach out to me. If you participated in ALS, or know someone who participated in ALS and they weren't on those slides, please let me know. There's a reporting form in there. There's also the link to sign up to become one of our faculty ambassadors for next year. So again, I am really hoping to find someone else to work with for next year. And then I also have some worksheets that I put around for finding OER. So if you want to stick around, I'm happy to either go through those with you, or if you have any questions, they're basically just some ideas for getting started on how to find materials. And then the other activity that I want to suggest is that think about one course that you teach and start making a list of what an ideal textbook would look like for you. Rather than thinking about what is already out there, or what a traditional commercial book looks like, think about what you would want from a textbook. What kind of add-ons would you want? What format or structure would you want it to have? What kind of images? What kind of problem sets or charts or whatever? And share that with the people at your table, right? Because the idea with OER is really, let's question the way that we approach sharing of information. Let's make it open. Let's make it collaborative. Hey, let's transform it. I'm going to borrow your language. So anybody who emails me with their list of wants for a course, before the end of the semester, I will send you a customized list of recommendations, lists of ideas of things that I can find out in the world. And hey, maybe we could even create the exact material that you want. All right, so then before we get to that work, let's see if it'll cooperate here. Yes, wonderful. So I want to introduce the Dean of our University Library, Dr. Stephanie Sterling Braisley, who will be closing out our presentation for today.
Okay, I was going to mention Hallie last, but I just have to start out with our one-woman show. Hallie has really taken our program, I was going to say to the next level, but it's even farther than that. As a campus, we have been involved in the Affordable Learning Solutions program since 2010, oftentimes leading in it, and with your ideas, the Student Ambassador Program, the new grant that you got for multiple campuses, our website, it just, I should have asked you for a list because I know that there is more, but what I can glean, and it's very, very obvious, is that this program has gone where it has gone on our campus because of your hard work and efforts, and I want to thank you for that. I'd like to also thank and acknowledge our library team. Our staff and our faculty, all of our team, are very collegial. They really work hard together and they are always around to assist. So Maggie and Hannah and Laura and Eric, did I miss anybody? Thank you. Oh, and Yoko. Okay, and Yoko. Wait. Amalia, did you help in spirit? You good vibes and you participated today. Okay. I just it really warms my heart how collegial and how supportive all of our team members are to each other. So I wanted to acknowledge that as well. This is the second year of our symposium, and I am very happy that it's live streamed and it's recorded so that not only for posterity can we keep this on, but it helps with the workshops that are given, that they too become learning tools and also ways that we can strut our stuff with all the things that we're doing here. I believe that this will continue. I think that this is a critical program for actually an initiative for all of our students. And you've heard from Dr. Caraballo and Dr. Turkel and Dr. Brito what the outcome is of the work that is done around affordable learning solutions. So I don't see this going away any time soon because it is critical. Our students should not have to be worried about accessing the materials that they need for their courses. And so we all believe in that, and I'm very happy. I'm honored to close out the second symposium for the Affordable Learning Solutions and Open Educational Resources initiatives, and I bid you adieu.
All right, y'all, that's a wrap. Feel free to hang out, like I say, eat food, talk amongst yourselves. If you have any questions, let me know. And that's it. Thank you.